Good morning and welcome. I'm Andy Hodges, Head of Business at Zimpaper's TV network, ZTN. It's my great privilege to be your Master of Ceremonies for today's e-seminar. Now, before we start, just some housekeeping. Translation services are available. Please click on the interpretation link at the bottom of the Zoom screen. You can switch from either English to French or vice versa. Now, yesterday we celebrated ACBF's 30th anniversary under the theme commemorating 30 years of capacity building in Africa. Today, our e-seminar runs under the theme Post-COVID-19 Recovery in Africa, Challenges, Lessons, and Capacity Development Priorities. On behalf of ACBF, I would like to welcome and acknowledge here present our moderators, panelists, civil society representatives, think tanks, and participants. I think all protocols are observed. The African Capacity Building Foundation, ACBF, the specialized agency of the African Union for Capacity Development, is of course celebrating its 30th anniversary. As a recap from yesterday's celebrations, throughout the past 30 years, ACBF has spearheaded and coordinated capacity development programs across Africa worth about $1 billion United States dollars. The foundation has a proven track record for providing expert knowledge and human resources to facilitate the timely implementation of continental and national development agendas. ACBF is best placed to advise and support African countries, regional economic communities, and institutions on the decisive steps to take to develop the practical skills urgently required for the continent's economic transformation. This morning, to further mark this special day, ACBF's 30th anniversary, our e-seminar focuses on post-COVID-19 recovery in Africa, challenges, lessons, and capacity development priorities. Now, without further ado, I'd like to get into the e-seminar, and I'd like to now invite Mr. Bakary Kone. He's Head Regional Office for West and Central Africa and Director, Resource Mobilization, Strategic Planning and Partnerships, ACBF, to give us some welcoming remarks. Mr. Kone, good morning. Please proceed.
Good morning, Andy. I was tempted to say bonjour, Andy, as a sign of your continued capacity building in French. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, the executives, His Excellency Mr. Mwecha, the Chair of our Executive Board, distinguished members of the Executive Board, my boss, Professor Emmanuel Nandozier, the Executive Secretary, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And warm welcome to you, or welcome back, if you were with us yesterday. This capacity development e-seminar on the theme post-COVID-19 recovery in Africa, challenges, lessons, and capacity development priorities is organized as part of the celebrations of the 30th anniversary of the African Capacity Building Foundation. At ACBF, we value the great opportunity of this celebration to engage all of you for, I have no doubt, a very fruitful knowledge and experience sharing on what is undeniably today the priority of every single African country. Recovering from the pandemic and building our economies much better post-COVID-19. Your Excellencies, distinguished partners, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, this e-seminar is organized to provide countries and development actors with the opportunity to showcase what they have done so far in these two areas. So recovering and rebuilding. Assess the capacity development needs for the future, for our future actions, and devise strategies for addressing the challenges that have been or will be identified. It is widely accepted that the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic brought in 2020 the world's worst recession in more than 50 years. The pandemic has caused a surge in public financing needs, as governments spend more to mitigate the socioeconomic consequences of the crisis. Needless for me to go through the list of all the negative impacts of the pandemic today. As the saying goes, worry does not help tomorrow's troubles, but it does ruin today's happiness. I definitely don't want to ruin today's happiness for ACBF, an happiness that results from all the kind words we heard about our work yesterday. Allow me, nevertheless, to say that recent study conducted by ACBF and the Islamic Development Bank on capacity imperative of pandemic responses for building resilience, health system, and ensuring socioeconomic transformation in Africa, that study shows that apart from the accessibility, most African countries had low capacity for manufacturing medical equipment and low drug manufacturing capacities. This, above 70% of our total drugs that are imported from India, Europe, and the United States. So more than 70% of the drugs used in Africa are imported. With drug products producing countries moving towards export ban for drugs, African countries face shortages of basic and essential medication that hindered COVID-19 control efforts. Moreover, responses from the studied countries indicate that there are limited numbers of health personnel with the technical and specialist skills needed to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. Your Excellencies, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, this being an introductory remark and without preempting the challenges, lessons, and capacity development priorities for Africa's post-recovery, post-COVID-19 recovery, allow me to share some highlights based on our ACBF Islamic Development Bank study around the key human and institutional capacity development that needs that must be addressed to ensure the continent's post-COVID recovery. Some of the findings of the study show that COVID-19 has been destructive, particularly on micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. The pandemic worsened the position of the most vulnerable segments of our societies, including those who had become newly vulnerable because of COVID-19 effect on their businesses and livelihoods. Furthermore, given that more than 60% of the population in sub-Saharan Africa are smallholder farmers, and agriculture contributes about 23% of the region's GDP, and that women constitute 70% of the agricultural workforce in Africa. A clear focus on economic policy on women in the agricultural sector is imperative for countries to mount effective pandemic recovery plans. COVID-19 has also exposed some of the challenges and vulnerabilities faced by the continent, particularly with respect to countries' budgetary position. Another key finding relates to the fact that most countries having not yet developed adequate debt management strategies to build resilience to the COVID-19 pandemic. Yet, building up financial resilience to face COVID-19 quickly became a critical necessity for countries. Traditional resource mobilization methods may not alone be the most effective means of achieving financial resilience for Africa. Considerable attention must be paid to new and innovative sources of resource mobilization, but also to developing better and more efficient use of existing resources. As you can appreciate, capacity building remains critical as it is the core of Africa's post-COVID-19 recovery and socioeconomic transformation. I'm of the view that the two broad areas of capacity challenges that need to be addressed are first, strengthening institutional and human capacities, and second, building operational and composite capacities. ACBF is confident that the discussions that will take place in this forum today will drill down on these two broad aspects and provide solutions, recommend solutions for more innovative ways of tackling these critical capacity challenges. As more than 30 years ago, as ACBF, has more than 30 years of experience and track record in strengthening capacities in Africa, building partnerships and supporting the African Union Commissions, the regional economic communities, and the public sector institutions in Africa. Whether it is ministries, central bank, parliament, to list just a few. With the vast experience, leadership, and commitment to the core mission of strengthening human and institutional capacity in Africa, ACBF has its door wide open to all willing and able partners to support our journey of capacity building in Africa. I'm confident that our shared interests around Africa's socio-economic transformation and sustainable development will enable us to join efforts in advancing the continent's post-COVID-19 recovery. I thank you very much for listening, and I wish all of us to have fruitful deliberation along this day. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Mr. Bakri Kone. I think capacity building has already started with me. Thank you so much. Of course, Mr. Kone, Head of Regional Office for Western Central Africa and Director, Resource Mobilization, Strategic Planning and Partnerships at ACBF. Thank you again. Of course, today's e-seminar is really for you, so we'd like to hear your voice. And of course, you can, at the end of each session, we'll be holding question and answer sessions and also obviously reading out some of your contributions. So please post them via the Zoom chat, and hopefully at the end of each session, we will then read them out. But please, we want to hear your voice. And of course, today's e-seminar is streaming live on YouTube and on Twitter. It is now my great pleasure to invite His Excellency Erastus Mwencha. He's chair of the Executive Board ACBF, to give us our keynote speech for the e-seminar today. Your Excellency, please proceed.
Thank you very much, moderator, and may I thank Mr. Kone for those introductory remarks that put in context what we're going to be discussing today. Honorable members of the Board of Governors of ACBF, distinguished government officials from African countries, excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished participants, distinguished members of the Executive Board, Professor Emmanuel Nandose, Executive Secretary, ACBF, distinguished panelists and experts, dear guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good day, bonjour tout le monde. It gives me great pleasure to speak to you on this e-seminar organized as part of the activities of the 30th anniversary of the African Capacity Building Foundation. It has indeed been 30 years since African countries, in partnership with their bilateral and multilateral partners, established our foundation, after several studies had pointed out lack of capacity as one of the main reasons hampering the continent's sustained development. The past 30 years have confirmed the vision of the founding fathers and mothers, as capacity has indeed been recognized as critical in all aspects of development. Please join me, therefore, in congratulating ourselves and our founders on this 30th anniversary, an anniversary illustrating our founders' maturity, ability, and readiness to support African countries in accelerating development, results for the benefit of the people and especially our youth. Honorable Governors, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the world in general and especially our continent has been facing since March 2020 unique challenges deriving from the global outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. You will not be surprised, therefore, that the Secretariat requested me to address the theme post-COVID-19 recovery in Africa, challenges, lessons, and the capacity development priorities. The ongoing pandemic has struck Africa and the whole planet with serious consequences associated with human suffering, economic destruction, and financial loss. More importantly, the extent of the current challenges has implications on our economic and social recovery, as well as our ability to achieve our regional, national, continental, and global commitments as presented in the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and the African Union's Agenda 2063. Honorable Governors, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, evidence shows that Africa suffered its first recession in over 25 years in 2020, with activity contracting by nearly 5% on per capita basis. Today, our continent is still at the back of the queue with respect to access to vaccines and adequate funding to mitigate the impact of health crisis on its economies. This diagnostic notwithstanding, our countries have made significant efforts to ensure that our economies are well managed and not diverted out of their sustainable development trajectories. What are some of the measures and initiatives taken by African countries? All reports published on Africa show that the prompt containment measures taken, coupled with the relative youth of Africa's population, have helped to keep infections and mortality rates at a relatively low level compared to other regions of the globe. For instance, as at 15th October 2021, Europe registered 61,216,624 cases and 1,256,874 deaths. North America had registered 54,875,285 cases and 1,116,142,000 deaths. And Asia showed 77,685,191 cases and 1.4 million deaths, while Africa reported 8 million, just about 8.5 million, and 215,000 deaths. However, it is worth mentioning that some other studies indicate that COVID-19 infections and deaths in Africa could have been higher than officially reported. For instance, the World Health Organization shows that as of 10th October 2021, the cumulative number of COVID-19 infections in Africa is estimated to be approximately 59 million, which is 7 times more than the 8 million cases reported. In Africa, all our economies have implemented a raft of measures to mitigate the COVID-19 associated economic damages, including approving fiscal packages, easing monetary and macroprudential rules, and providing adequate liquidity to firms. In some countries, we were lucky to have agricultural growth combined with faster than expected recovery in commodity prices, thus contributing to cushioning the contraction activities. African countries have also requested support of international financial institutions, including the World Bank Group, which is helping to bridge the financial gap. Foreign direct investment is expected to return, albeit a moderate pace in line with the global rebound. It is worth noting that Sub-Saharan Africa's foreign sovereigns have regained access to international bond markets. This will help fill the revenue fall across the region, with median overall fiscal deficit estimated to have risen by 3 percentage points to 5.4% of GDP, and the median public debt increased by 6.5 percentage points to 63.2% of GDP at the end of 2020. In addition, the International Monetary Fund approved the largest SDR allocation in the history of the IMF, equivalent to US $650 billion, about SDR 456 billion, including about US 33 billion to Africa to support the efforts toward COVID recovery. And you remember yesterday, the Honorable Keno Afoli, Atam, Minister of Finance of Ghana, did mention that we should do much more work in order to secure more than the 33 billion here. Honorable Governors, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, despite all these efforts, we have to be aware that Africa is not sheltered against a resurgence of COVID-19 cases, as only 2.7% of the people in low-income countries have received 1 dose of the vaccine against 47% of the world population. For instance, for Africa, 7.43% of its population has been administered 1 dose of COVID-19 vaccine, while 4.96% of population are fully vaccinated. We therefore need to put in place policies aimed at providing support until vaccines become widely available and to avoid long-term economic damage from the deep recession of the previous year. Let me share 3 key capacity development priorities. First, strengthening capacity for debt sustainability. COVID-19 has further heightened debt vulnerabilities in many countries, leading to unsustainable debt in several African countries. Debt is unanimously recognized as a recurrent problem in Africa that hinders economic growth and development. Consequently, working with the international community to tackle unsustainable debt burdens and ensure sustainable economic growth remains a top priority for many African countries. Second, building adequate capacities around digital technology adoption. COVID-19 has accelerated the insertion of digital tools and solutions in different tasks and sectors of economic activities in Africa. Rising adoption of digital technologies and greater connectivity has led to the emergence of new activities and new modalities for conducting existing work. Capacities need therefore to be built to ensure sustainability of digital interventions and initiatives. And 3, investing in critical technical skills and the right institutions. Lessons learned from COVID-19 highlighted the importance of each country to fund and increase the number of committed and dedicated public health and socioeconomic workers, epidemiologists, laboratory analysts, researchers, infectious disease experts, as well as national institutions for disease control and socio-economic development. Moreover, there is a need for strengthened vector control and disease departments and improvements in research, training portfolios to combat future outbreaks. Honorable Governors, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, allow me to highlight that ACBF is ready to work with you in addressing these key capacity challenges in the priority areas. ACBF makes effective use of information and knowledge, as well as sound approaches to economic roles assigned to its African Union as a specialized agency for capacity development. This combines ideas and expertise with our own limited financial resources together with the research activities and training programs. The vision for realizing lasting, sustainable economic growth in post-COVID-19 era in Africa rely on African ability to mobilize domestic resources and finance its capacity development interventions and Agenda 2063 programs and projects. I therefore expect that you rejoin ACBF in this pursuit. Together, we have an important role to play in supporting Africa's post-COVID-19 recovery, which is possible if we put capacity development at the center of our various interventions. I thank you and may God bless you.
Your Excellency, Erastus Mwencha, Chair of the Executive Board of ACBF, many thanks for that keynote speech. And of course, I believe that with His Excellency Mwencha's keynote speech and also the comments, welcoming remarks made by Mr. Kone, it gives us a good foundation for our e-seminar today. And of course, it's your e-seminar. You're participating under the theme Post-COVID-19 Recovery in Africa, Challenges, Lessons, and Capacity Development Priorities. Of course, brought to you by the African Capacity Building Foundation, ACBF. We, of course, are today streaming live on YouTube and on Twitter. And I do notice through our group chat that there's a lot of former staff members who are active. Welcome to you all. And of course, I'm sure you played a part in making ACBF's 30th anniversary to all your years of working for the organization and the foundation. So I thank you and welcome. And of course, as I said earlier, we want to hear from you. This is your e-seminar. So please, after each session, we will have a question and answer component. And I'd like you all please to post your questions, your comments, your contributions via the Zoom chat. So as much as possible, endeavor to get to them. In fact, we'd like to cover all of them if we possibly can today. Now, before we start today's sessions, I'd like to remind our moderators, panelists, speakers, and contributors to kindly stick to the time allocated to them. As I said just now, after each session, we will have a question and answer segment, and we'd like to hear as much as possible from participants on the e-seminar. Our first session this morning is entitled Post-COVID-19 Recovery. What are the strategies and policies put in place across the continent? This session will be moderated by Dr. Constant Mudekereza, member of the ACBF Executive Board. Dr. Mudekereza will also introduce our guest speakers for this session. Over to you, Dr. Mudekereza, and welcome.
Hello, bonjour. Je suis heureux d'avoir l'opportunité de modérer cette séance. C'est pour moi un plaisir. je voudrais, Excellence, Monsieur le Président du Conseil de gouverneurs, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les gouverneurs, Monsieur le Président, Excellence, Monsieur le Président du Conseil d'administration, Messieurs et Mesdames les représentants des partenaires, Messieurs les secrétaires exécutifs de l'ACBF, distingués invités en vos titres et qualités, je voudrais tous vous remercier d'avoir pris le temps de participer à cette conférence. Comme je le disais, c'est pour moi un grand plaisir de pouvoir modérer cette bonne conférence qui nous permet de savoir comment sortir de post-Covid et de continuer à croître autant bien dans nos performances que dans nos économies. Je voudrais prendre un instant pour expliquer ce dont il est question en termes de sujet. Notre sujet, I will try to say it in English, is post-COVID-19 recovery. What are the strategies and policies put in place across the continent? I will be pleased to introduce shortly the speakers. I think that they will have like 30 seconds before going ahead with the presentation to add a little bit more on the presentation, because I have 2 pages of our experts. And if I take the 2 pages presenting the speakers, we'll not have time for their own messages. So allow me, please, just shortly to say what a little bit about them, and themselves they add before their speech a few about their expertise. Donc, je disais que j'ai 2 pages pour présenter nos experts, et si je prenais ce temps, nous n'aurons plus le temps de parler d'autre chose. Aussi, je vais demander à nos experts de s'introduire eux-mêmes en 20 secondes avant de commencer la présentation. Toutefois, nous avons le plaisir et l'honneur d'avoir Professor Kevin Urama, Chair of the Operation Committee of the Executive Board of ACBF and Senior Director of the African Development Institute, African Development Bank. We have also Dr. Jean-Denis Gabikini, Director of Economic Affairs, African Union Commission in Ethiopia. Nous avons le plaisir aussi d'avoir His Excellency Adeyemi Dipeolu, Special Advisor to the President of Economic Matters, Office of the Vice President of Nigeria. Nous avons aussi Dr. Thomas Muntali, Director General of the Malawi National Planning Commission in Malawi. We have also Madame Eugenia Kaitesi, Executive Director, Institute of Policy Analysis and Research in Rwanda. Nous avons aussi Mr. Aloui Faye, directeur at Centre d'études de politique au développement au Sénégal. And we have also Madame Rose Nguigi, Executive Director at Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research and Analysis in Kenya. Okay, as I said, they will add a little bit about the expertise themselves before they start their speech. So it should be about what are the strategies and policies put in place across the country on the post-COVID-19 recovery. We'll be talking about the policy and strategies that was being put in place by countries to support post-COVID-19 recovery. And we'll be talking also about the priority areas to ensure successful post-COVID-19 recovery. And last, we'll be talking about the success factors, as well as risk associated with the post-COVID-19 recovery policies and strategies. Also, the mitigation measures. Oui, je voudrais ajouter que nous serons très heureux que les panélistes ne manquent pas vraiment de résumer les success factors, the lessons, the mitigation measures, and more than that, the next steps, because it will be good for us to know where are we going after this? What do they propose as solutions? Okay, thank you very much. Just let me remind that everyone has 5 minutes, and at the end we'll have a few minutes for questions that people can intervene for 2 to 3 minutes to ask questions. So please, thank you. I'm giving the floor to Professor Kevin Orama. Please, Professor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and honorable governors, distinguished guests, protocols. Already the chair of the board of ACBF have already highlighted the major challenges that COVID-19 has created for the continent and also for the world at large. And those challenges that is highlighted from the financing gaps that we have, the challenges of debt and debt sustainability, the challenges of access, the challenges also of the deepening poverty, and all the major challenges that is mentioned is what drives my thinking about what Africa should do after the COVID-19 in order to be able to move forward and build forward better, more resilient economies. As we know, the African continent was already growing at a trajectory of hovering around 4.5% before the pandemic, but the pandemic has caused the worst recession that we've had in the past 50 years, causing a contraction of our GDP by almost 2.1%. And several, the statistics are huge. There's no need to repeat them. They were rehashed a lot yesterday. So for me, it's also to remember that COVID-19 is just one pandemic amongst many pandemics that Africa has been facing, and also that the global economy will continue to face. There are several headwinds that countries in Africa has always had to grapple with that we need to think about as we try to prioritize on the policies that we need to be able to address those issues. Now, the good news is that Africa is very much endowed and capable to be able, basically endowed with the potential to be able to grow resilient economies that are able to adapt to these shocks. But the challenge is that we have not really been able to leverage those endowments. So for me, in terms of successful policies that we need to think about, instead of thinking back on what we have done, already the chair highlighted the fact that our health and response policies, the lockdowns, the social distancing and so on has been very successful in many ways, to the extent that the mortalities and COVID-19 incidences in Africa has been much lower than the rest of the world. But when you think about the economic fundamentals, then that is the area where we need to do a lot more, not because this is COVID-19, but because Africa always suffers when there is a pandemic or there is a major headwind to the global economy. For the primary reason that our economies are so interlinked with the global economies, and that we are not major stakeholders in terms of defining prices, shaping the markets, shaping the policies, and so on and so forth. And at the root of that is what the chair has already raised, which is about institutional capacity, organizational capacity, and also individual capacity in many ways. So for me, I would like to focus on calling for Africa to focus on harnessing diversity. We always talk about diversification of economies, and that's a critical aspect, but also harnessing the diversities we see in Africa, the wealth and innovative capacity of our youths that make up to 60% of our population, huge labor markets that are available that we need to be able to tap into. So we actually need pro-poor labor policies that will help to harness the skills of the unskilled labor we have, which is majority in Africa, and also keep the skilled labor we have, which is increasingly migrating to other continents to contribute to their economies. Harnessing our natural capital becomes also a very critical aspect that we need to think about. Now we are seeing increases in commodity prices, and the temptation is to do what we have always done, sell more of primary products, get very little of incomes from that, and rejoice because the net income from exports is growing. But that's only for a short term. So we need to think about how to use the opportunities of the new commodity boom we're seeing to build infrastructure, soft and hard infrastructure within the continent to prepare ourselves to be ready for the future pandemics that will come, because COVID-19 is only one amongst many, many pandemics that the world will see. And we know that without investing in technology, which the chair also called for, innovations, and the capacity of countries to contribute, we will always be operating at very low levels of value chains. So that brings another recommendation that I have in mind: building national, regional, and global value chains, so that we can be able to contribute at the higher end of the trade infrastructure that we need to be able to harness gains from what the natural resources we have. Managing economic fundamentals is key. We are seeing inflation rising, fiscal deficits rising, current account deficits rising, and all these things are caused by major fundamentals in lack of institutional capacity in our economic governance. So we need to also think about that. Because if you look at the drivers of all the challenges that we've been facing both before and during COVID-19, and I guess afterwards, if we don't do something about it, they are mostly exogenous. Even inflation in Africa is being driven by low savings, and also monetary policy stands that are taken outside the continent sometimes. So many times I struggle to see how will our central banks be able to respond when our economies are so vulnerable to external shocks. So let's think about that as well. Boosting interregional trade and participation in global trade is a very key aspect that we also need to think about. But within 5 minutes, I will not be able to go through all the issues. Let me just summarize the key policies. 1, focus on ensuring effective access to COVID vaccines, boosting our own capacity to produce vaccines for the future, and making sure that now we can get herd immunity. Countries need to focus a lot more on that. Enhancing debt productivity. It's not more about reducing debt, but borrowing for growth, and being able to borrow prudentially, have more transparency, accountability, and in the governance of that debt. That's a key aspect we need to focus on. And I've talked about harnessing our commodity endowments and natural resource endowments by building value chains across commodity value chains, and taking advantage of also the climate finance and climate change, this green transition that we're all hearing about. There's a lot of resources available out there on climate financing and green transitions. We need policies and capacity that will allow us to be able to leverage that to build more sustainable economies going forward. I can't emphasize more than the chair, the keynote speaker have already emphasized, the fact that institutional capacity, organizational capacity, and individual capacity building is at the core of this. And this is where ACBF and all the other capacity development agencies in Africa comes into question. We need to invest a lot more to support these institutions so that we can build our own capacity to be able to adapt to shocks and be resilient going forward. Investing in digitization has already been raised. It's a key area that will make our markets smart, create transparency, and we will become more agile if we continue to invest in that area. And this is an area that Africa has already shown leadership in different forms. So let's invest in that and be able to move forward faster to build back better for the continent. Thank you.
OK. Thank you very much. Merci, professeur. Merci beaucoup de ce que vous avez résumé aussi. Thank you as you take the time to summarize. It's very good for our panel and our the public to know that there is some key point that they have to keep from your speech. Encore merci beaucoup pour résumer. Je demanderai quand même aux prochains panélistes to keep the time, because if we go, we take more than 5 minutes, 6 minutes, there will not be time for the questions. Again, merci beaucoup, professeur, pour votre brillant exposé. So we can go to the next speaker. Le prochain speaker, c'est Dr. Jean-Denis. Gabikini. As I said, I'd like the speaker to add a little bit about his expertise. So as we don't have the time to read all the 2 pages introducing the speakers, each one, it will be good for him to say a little bit about himself before to go in the speech. Thank you very much. Dr. Jean-Denis, please. Vous avez la parole. You have the floor. Is there Dr. Jean-Denis Gabikini there?
I think he's not on at the moment, Doctor. Maybe you can move to the next speaker, and when he joins, he can then join in.
Okay. Okay. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. So if they allowed us to go to the next speaker, His Excellency Adeyemi Dipeolu, please. Can you take the floor, sir, please?
Thank you very much, moderator. You've already said I was special advisor to the president on economic matters in Nigeria. May I, with the permission of my former boss, Mr. Mwencha, rely on the courtesies that have already been extended, and wish also the ACBF a happy 30th anniversary, as I'm only able to join you for the first time this morning. I just want to stress a number of things. I think the first thing I want to stress is that I don't think we are yet in a post-COVID world, and I don't know how much longer we're going to have this pandemic with us. And the second thing I want to say is that I would focus more on what we try to do in Nigeria and what we are trying to do. The first thing, of course, I mentioned earlier, is of course the imperative of improving healthcare facilities, lowering the COVID-19 caseload, and going forward, getting more and more people vaccinated. The second thing, of course, is fiscal and monetary policies that will help to restore growth. In the case of Nigeria, using our economic sustainability plan, we fell into a recession in the second quarter of last year of -6.1%. By the second quarter of this year, we had grown by 5.1% as a result of stimulus spending and relaxed macroprudential rules. Another measure that we found important were measures to increase job creation and to safeguard existing ones. So our MSME Survival Fund, in which we put quite some money, was able to support up to 1,100,000 businesses and people, either through paying salaries, payroll support, or extending resources to the enterprises to help them keep operations going. And of course, and the point has been made earlier, we found it imperative to try and deepen value addition. One of the things we experienced, of course, was a foreign exchange shock as a result of the crisis. And so we found it imperative to now begin to deepen the value chain within the economy, in agriculture, in housing, in solar energy, using solar energy, solar panels to try and electrify at least 5 million households. And of course, what we also found important was that any forward planning must reduce social vulnerabilities. And so we deepened our existing social investment program, which had employment, cash transfer components, and microcredit components. And we also developed an urban register so we could get resources across to the very poor and most impacted. Now going forward, we see certain risks, of course, and the risk of not being able to cope with the post-COVID-19 world, a world that is transiting to green, a world that is fast digitalizing, a continent that is moving to the African Continental Free Trade Area. If you take all that together and add that to the fact that we are still trying to cope with COVID-19, then it becomes clear that we must develop the capacities for planning, taking into account all the factors, both domestic and external, that would affect economic performance. The point has been made also that it's important to begin to deepen our macroeconomic management. In particular, I would emphasize public financial management. public financial management that helps our economies to begin to think of how to better manage debt, which a lot of us accumulated during the crisis as a means of coping, but also as a way of raising revenue, finding the innovative ways and means of raising revenues to help tackle this. In our instance, we introduced what we call the annual finance bill, and we go through all our financial and tax-related laws, try to reduce incentives that are not giving any benefits, but trying to incentivize some sectors that we think are vital for stimulating growth. Another area that we think is important is how Africa can get more vaccines. And now there are two dimensions to that, of course. One is how to get more vaccines from the external world, and the other way, of course, is how to manufacture more vaccines. With regard to getting more vaccines from the external world, we think that one thing that is important is to improve negotiating capacities. And negotiating capacities are also important, we think, for getting more out of the SDRs. The point has been made, 33 billion in SDRs. In Nigeria's case, I think we got 3.3 billion. But there's a whole load of the SDRs out there that are not needed by the advanced countries. So we have to begin to develop those capacities, to understand those things, and to negotiate how better to access some of those resources. I had mentioned manufacturing of vaccines, very important, but we also have to begin to manufacture generics also, restore the ability in the economy to manufacture goods at value locally. And in doing that, of course, requires deepening research and development capacities within the country, our countries. I end by saying that one of the things that we need to do better is to manage the digital economy. We found during the crisis that we had difficulties reaching people, so we've had to try and deepen the rapid response register. We've tried very hard to develop broadband capacities, and we're imposed, or well, not imposed, but introduced a national digital identity program, which cuts across the various sectors of the economy. So by and large, again, just to summarize, that there's a whole raft of strategies that need to be undertaken, and there's a whole raft of capacity development issues to help us cope with the immediate future. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence. Vous avez été très, très pointueux. Vous avez respecté les temps. Félicitations beaucoup. Et merci beaucoup pour le résumé que vous avez fait. Ça nous permet de bien retenir sur quoi nous allons échanger. Je voudrais ajouter ici qu'à la fin de la présentation, nous avons quelques minutes pour les contributions et pour les questions. Alors, nous allons passer à notre prochaine intervenante. Nous écouterons, Madame Eugenia Kaitesi. Madame Eugenia Kaitesi est Executive Director Analysis and Research. Madame, prenez le micro, la parole est à vous. Nous respectons les 5 minutes et nous faisons une conclusion avec des recommandations à la fin. Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Excellencies, all protocol observed. Good morning. Happy anniversary again. Like the moderator has said, I'm Eugenia Kaitesi. I'm the Executive Director of the Institute of Policy Analysis and Research, Rwanda. And sorry, and I'm happy to actually give some highlights. I won't take a lot of time. A number of my colleagues have talked about the post-COVID recovery in Africa, challenges and capacity development priorities. And I will actually mention 3 major priorities and that I've decided to talk about. One is the slowdown in national development indicators and the need for regular monitoring of indicators to get development targets back on track post-COVID, as a post-COVID recovery initiative. This one is actually, we are bringing out this because we know African governments prior to COVID outbreak had established a number of frameworks. They had development programs in place. We had the different individual country agendas that were implementing, but I imagine they were really disturbed by the outbreak of COVID. So we have established a number of frameworks to monitor progress with respect to achieving these national development targets, and which were enshrined, as I said, in the long-term development plans. But uncertainties occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic have led to reprioritization, with some flagship programs such as vaccination and healthcare taking the forefront of these. So we need to again relook into these development programs and ensure that we are in place to implement them. So lessons to this and the priorities, lessons to capacity development priority that we highlighted is there's need to increase capacity and the funding in order to regularly monitor the progress for key indicators within the individual country development plans on an annual basis to determine which indicators are lagging behind, which indicators have been reversed in terms of progress, and what impact these have had on the people's lives. So this is one that monitoring and the evaluation of these frameworks need to really be emphasized. We also need to conduct an annual status on the progress and review of these programs to provide timely feedback to policymakers on what is going on well and what needs to be adjusted as we move forward. Sorry, excuse me. My second lesson is the limitation on the domestic resource mobilization and donor funding, and this has been highlighted by some previous speakers. Domestic resource mobilization has been affected due to, to the measures that have been implemented to contain pandemic. And this is mainly restricted by the movement restrictions between countries, this, and between individual districts within the countries. And so this has affected a number of development programs that are in place. There is the reduction in domestic resource mobilization, which have coupled with the delays of disbursements from development partners who also faced uncertainty in their own economies. And there was also increased borrowing, someone talked about this, in developing countries in order to cover budget deficits occasioned by COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, the pandemic has led to the slowdown in the assumptions such as rates of economic growth, rates of employment, and rates of poverty reduction strategies that were in place. So there's a need for national and subnational governments to build capacities that will help them diversify funding sources from traditional sources such as domestic taxes and donor funding to market-based approaches, including international finance, markets, national and subnational authorities. The third point which I need to talk about is the understanding business recovery needs, measures and policies that aid recovery of the private sector during the COVID-19 pandemic. We know that most of our development programs, they highlight that we shall be private sector led, and with the COVID, private sector has been really hit hard. And therefore, governments need to really emphasize this point of developing our private sector, which have been actually lagging behind and which at times are very weak. So with the COVID-19 pandemic, findings from recent studies show reductions by government in business revenues, profits, and employment, with some businesses closing altogether. A number of policy interventions, including the Economic Recovery Fund. I think this is in case of Rwanda. There was an initiative to actually put up an Economic Recovery Fund for private businesses, loan restructuring, VAT repayments by governments, tax delays, and others have been implemented to enable business recovery. However, it's not clear what the impact these interventions are having and on enabling business recovery within the private sector. In addition, it's not clear to what extent these interventions are meeting the needs of the businesses in an environment where purchasing power is low and economic recovery is slow. So continued progress will require major shifts in development models, where governments will increase functioning as enablers of private sector development, most notably through establishing backward and forward linkages between local and international private sector actors. Your Excellencies, my last point is on the lessons learned. African governments are seeking answers to what more can be done in order to promote and faster business recovery within the private sector, within the short and medium and long term. And like my colleague mentioned, we are not yet there. We don't know when COVID will stop. So we need to be proactive and act quickly. So lessons and capacity needs, there's a need to conduct periodical businesses, environment studies, which will entail both high-frequency panel data to determine the role and impact the government policies and interventions are as enabler of business recovery and development is actually having on businesses. In addition, there's a need to conduct scoping studies that entail deliberative forums with private sector actors. One, in order to, to understand the impact of measures such as economic recovery fund, loan restructuring, VAT repayments and tax delays on the recovery of businesses and business environment. We need to understand business recovery needs under the new norm, including business priorities to engage in e-commerce. We need to understand the enabling environment needed to local businesses to tap into increased integration with the implementation of FSTA. And finally, we need to find out what policy measures are needed to enhance backward linkages between SMEs and multinational actors and the new COVID and post-COVID environment. I thank you very much for your understanding. Thank you. God bless you.
Merci, Madame. Que Dieu vous bénisse aussi. Merci beaucoup pour votre intervention et surtout aux dernières remarques que vous avez ajoutées. Je remercie Madame pour sa présentation. Nous nous excuserons, nous voulons savoir si le docteur Jean-Denis Banguini est là, qu'il se prépare, mais nous revenons au docteur Thomas Mantali. Docteur Thomas Mantali est directeur général.
Yeah, maybe we can go straight to Dr. Natali, please, moderator. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Nous allons directement à Dr. Mantali, qui est directeur général de Malawi National Planning Commission in Malawi. Comme j'ai demandé, pour nous aider encore dans la présentation.
Thank you so much, moderator.
Yeah.
You can. I wish to also congratulate the African Capacity Building Foundation for the 30 years since this. I'm joining this for the first day today. I want to talk more from the national perspective of Malawi, just as the colleagues from Rwanda and Nigeria have done. You know, I was one of the staff members of the ACBF until 2019, came back home to head the National Planning Commission, and the first task was to develop the country's vision. And so we did come up with the Malawi 2063. But launching it, boom, came COVID-19. And I wished I took back my job at ACBF because then it's proving tough. So I think I'll be talking to my good Prof. Nadoze to say whether there's still space for me there to come back. But well, that said, I think the issue is that countries are now facing an uphill task in making their plans to work. I think the COVID coming in, just like the colleagues that have spoken before me have eloquently pointed out, I don't want to belabor the point in terms of the impacts that it has had on economies and the various kind of interventions that have come on board. So after we launched our Malawi 2063 vision, we also, brought on board the first 10-year implementation plan, which had 2 key milestones in terms of graduating the economy into a middle income status by 2030 and also meeting most of the SDGs. But with COVID, we realized that a number of these issues were going to be a challenge. COVID-19 messed the takeoff of our plans, but it also opened our eyes for a future we never thought about. A future, for example, that is looking at a digitally controlled business future, where the physical brick and mortar business got challenged. This anniversary meeting, which is basically a virtual, is a testimony. We could have been at Miko's hotel and enjoying the Harare air today. And then we are looking at an Africa which would have to look a lot more internally in terms of trade. We are looking at a health system that needs to be very sound, where the borders are to be closed. And if you're looking at Malawi as a land-locked, where we like to call ourselves land-linked, we are challenged. And we are talking also in terms of not being able to reach in the hard-to-reach areas with health services. So e-health is becoming a point that we're trying to look at. We're looking at the online and digital education systems because the majority of our people in the rural areas could not access education when the elite children were able to. A more resilient economy and labor system, a sound macroeconomic policy environment that can withstand the shocks as we've seen from COVID-19. And lastly, a shock-sensitive social protection system, which we never had. These vulnerabilities that were revealed have helped us to plan better. And we have actually seen that our social cycle systems have not been strong. So a lot of our people have had mental problems because their livelihoods were messed up. Some of them have had to commit suicide. A future that we never thought about. Now we are putting together social cycle systems that can help our people, not just for now, but even for the future. So how have we addressed this as Malawi? We've had to put in place a number of strategies. One is the COVID socio-economic recovery plan in order to help us build back better. We've put together a digital economy strategy just within this period when we've seen COVID coming on board. We've put together the African Continental Free Trade Area implementation strategy, and we're amongst the few countries in the Southern African region to have started to have that is going to be implemented along with Zambia and Zimbabwe. And we have also put in place a foresight capacity unit. You see, we needed to come up with abilities to detect, other than COVID-19, what else can we be anticipating so that our plans are futuristic in terms of anticipatory in that regard. But here's the problem. And this is where Prof. Nadoze and team there need to come in very strongly. We have these plans in place, yes, but we have the capacity to implement these plans. We have very low capacity to implement these plans. And I think member countries need to be supported in terms of the human, institutional, technical, and even the ability to mobilize the resources for implementing all these plans that I've just highlighted. So the solution, the way we look at it, I think we have an opportunity as a continent. Having ACBF is a blessing in disguise because being the African Union's specialized agency on capacity development, with 30 years of experience as we're celebrating today, we do not need to begin to reinvent the wheel. We do not need to look at new models of how to build the capacities. Basically, what we need is to now partner with ACBF, member countries, multilateral institutions, financing institutions, including ADB's ADI, where Prof. Urama is coming from. We need to work closely with ACBF to begin to help the countries in building these capacities. And I think these capacities in the sense of the knowledge, I think Bakari was presenting in terms of some of the knowledge generation that they did at ACBF around COVID-19, but we need to go beyond that by supporting them to generate the knowledge to support the member countries, including the capacity to foresight, to be able to look at how do countries begin to look at what they can anticipate beyond COVID. And the same, the convening power that ACBF has, I think that should be built on a lot more. We are underutilizing that convening power, where they can bring together all the think tanks that they've been creating over the years, the member countries, so we come together and learn in sort of a peer-to-peer learning of some sort. And the same with fit-for-purpose technical support in the lines, as I mentioned, in the areas that I've just highlighted. So while countries now are really having challenges to mobilize resources, and they might think ACBF, giving money to ACBF may not be the best thing to do now because they don't have money, but this is a chicken and egg thing. You give the ACBF, they help you to build capacity, you are able to mobilize even more resources for the future. And I think this is where this conversation around COVID-19 building back better is going to be very critical. The capacities that are required to support on the strategies and plans that we're putting in place, including the African Continental Free Trade Area, for the countries to be able to bounce off back better. I think let me stop there for now, moderator. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup pour cette vision. Je voudrais maintenant demander à notre prochain intervenant, Monsieur Aliou Faye, directeur du Centre d'études de politique au développement au Sénégal. Est-ce que Monsieur Faye peut prendre, nous sommes très disponibles.
Doc, I'm not sure. I don't think Mr. Abu Faye is with us. I think it's now Dr. Rose Ngugi.
OK. Merci beaucoup. Dr. Rose Ngugi, vous avez la parole. Nous sommes disposés à vous écouter. Faites toujours une petite introduction encore sur votre expertise. Ça aide bien l'auditoire à mieux vous comprendre. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I hope I can be heard. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, on vous entend.
Yeah. I also want to start by, thanking ACBF for inviting me during this event that they are celebrating their 30 years. Kipra is really a baby of ACBF, and therefore we join with them to celebrate the 30th anniversary. My name is Rose Ngugi. I am the executive director at Kipra. And as I've said, Kipra is one of the think tanks in Africa that has benefited from ACBF. Now, to the point of what we are discussing today, I'll also have more focus on Kenya. Because we have had others talking about the African region. And I want to start from the point of indicating where we are, even with the COVID cases. From what is recorded by October 18th, we have about 199 confirmed cases of COVID. Which forms about 4.1% of the African continent total, and the death cases of about 5,233, which forms about 3.5% of the total cases in Africa. I also want to say that since March this year, Kenya has actually implemented a COVID-19 vaccination program, which has seen almost 5 million people vaccinated. And yesterday, during our Jamhuri Day, during our Mashujaa Day celebrations, the president directed that there is the end of the night curfew that has been there since almost the beginning of 2020, when the first case of COVID was put in place. And this is one of the measures that has been put in place for containing the spread of COVID. We've had our own share of the effects of COVID. The economy contracted for the very first time in 2 decades by 0.3% in 2020. But I would say that there is a notable recovery momentum if one looks at what has happened, for example, in the 3rd and 4th quarter of 2020. And we are hopeful that as we gain momentum with the vaccination program, then the recovery of the economy would go up. But that said, there are several pressures that are coming up. For example, We have an inflationary pressures that are coming from the food inflation with the drought conditions that we are facing, and also from the fuel prices that are going up at international level. We see them being transmitted to the local place. But that said, we have had an accommodative monetary policy stance since June 2020. The monetary policy rate has remained at 7%, has not changed. And assuming that there is no, the inflationary risk does not grow up, we probably will still continue with the same policy stance as far as monetary policy is concerned. On the fiscal side, again, like all the countries, we have seen ourselves with the fiscal pressures at a point when revenues are not coming in, but there has been some improvement over time, whereby we have seen an increase in the revenues that we are collecting, but they are not up to the point where we have targeted. We are still lagging behind in targets. And what we have seen the government doing is actually, first of all, taking advantage of the debt service suspension initiative. Government also has taken advantage of the emergency fund from the IMF and also other lending facilities of IMF. And this has served us very well in terms of sustaining the foreign reserves at above the statutory requirement. And this has also ensured that the exchange rate has remained stable. In terms of policies that have been taken to see to it that we are on the recovery path or addressing some of the effects of the COVID, one of the things that happened in May 2020, the government came up with a stimulus package. And this stimulus package was focusing on several issues. One of them is on the youth, which was really hit by the COVID, given that the majority of them are actually employed in the MSC sector. And MSC sector was really hit because of the structures that it has. And what the government is trying to do is, first of all, is to ensure that it enhances liquidity of the MSCs through ensuring that the payment of outstanding VAT refunds is done on time, and also clearing the pending bills such that the MSCs have adequate liquidity. But in addition to that, during the 2021-2022 budget speech, the Minister Treasury also has proposed putting a seed capital for MSC's credit guarantee scheme, which would help really to see that the MSCs are able to have access to financing that can help them catch up with their recovery. In addition to that, the stimulus package has focused on how we can catch up with building the human capital, a lot of emphasis on how we can improve our education outcomes, rehabilitation of classrooms, both at secondary and primary level, but at the same time also constructions of new classrooms so that we can manage even keeping distance with the COVID-19, and also employment of new teachers so that the ratio, teacher-student ratio can also be more favorable, and also allow for the social distancing. In addition is improving the health outcomes by enhancing the healthcare system capacity, recruiting new healthcare workers, and also expanding the bed capacity, and also ensuring that we are moving far with the universal healthcare agenda that is under the Big Four agenda for the country. In addition to that, is that with the stimulus package, there is also a focus on supporting a tourism sector. Tourism sector was really affected, almost collapsing. But there is a government initiative to ensure that there are soft loans that are provided to hotels and related establishments, upping up our game in aggressively marketing and engaging community scouts, and granting also community conservancies some funds so that they can also create jobs for them. In addition, for the fiscal adjustment, the government has come up with a fiscal consolidation path, which would see the country move from about 8.7% currently to 7.5% in 2021-22 and 3.6% in 24-25. But the key challenge now is which side do you move with in the consolidation? The proposal is that we'll use the revenue side for the consolidation, given that we require expenditures to ensure that the aggregate demand is sustained at a comfortable level. But with the revenue side, it means that there are various tax reforms that are coming up, more so also to ensure that we can increase the tax base for revenue collection. We have also aspects of improving the business environment by focusing on infrastructure development, including the ICT, the digital transformation, and this in itself would help us moving on with the new world of sustaining a digital transformation. And finally, is the aspect I want to talk about is as a challenge that we have seen is with the data statistics, which I think ACBF can support think tanks so that they can manage to come up with tools and skills for rapid data collection that would help us with monitoring the progress that is going for the implementation of the recovery strategy. I want to stop there.
OK, merci beaucoup, madame. Merci à tous les conférenciers. C'était des présentations de très haut niveau et je crois que nous aurons le privilège de les avoir dans un document réuni pour pouvoir les partager ensemble. Nous allons passer à la période d'intervention. Nous avons encore quelques minutes avant d'arriver à la fin de notre séance. Donc, nous avons encore un peu moins de 10 minutes. Pour ma part, en tant que modérateur, si vous me permettez, je voudrais féliciter, en tout cas encore, comme je l'ai dit, tous les panélistes. Et permettez-moi de poser une petite question, ou bien une contribution. Le président de la République démocratique du Congo, son Excellence, le président Félix-Antoine Tshilombo Tshisekedi, a encouragé les gens à pouvoir se vacciner. Il a demandé aussi les pays qu'il visite à l'extérieur du pays la médication. Il a fait la promotion de 2 médicaments qui ont été développés en RDC. Lors de mon stage au Canada, j'ai travaillé au département de produits de santé naturelle qui étudiait le produit et les médicaments africains qui venaient de l'Afrique. Est-ce que les panélistes peuvent aussi élaborer sur cette possibilité d'aider l'économie africaine en utilisant les médicaments d'origine africaine qui peuvent être vendus à l'extérieur du pays, à l'extérieur du continent et dans les continents évidemment. Je répète ma question. Il y a aussi des médicaments qui sont développés en Afrique et certains médicaments sont utilisés à l'étranger. Est-ce que les panélistes peuvent aussi élaborer sur cette possibilité que les Africains exportent davantage leurs médications sur la COVID-19? Merci beaucoup. La question est ouverte. Hein? S'il y a un panéliste qui a un point pour dire là-dessus, nous sommes disposés. On va recevoir aussi les autres contributions. Merci.
Thanks, Doctor. I think that question is a very good question. And I think I can also tie it into a question that we received from Dr. Tessie Madu, asking, I think His Excellency Adeyemi Dipeolu, saying what structures are in place in Nigeria towards developing their own COVID-19 vaccines. We cannot continue to depend on handouts from the West. So maybe I could ask His Excellency Adeyemi Dipeolu to answer both your questions, if that's okay.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup pour les deux questions.
All right. Thank you very much. I think in terms of what is being done in Nigeria, there's a lot of work being done to try and develop not only the COVID-19 vaccine, but to improve vaccine manufacturing within the country. Recently, we held a meeting with the Nigerian Institute for Pharmaceutical Research precisely on this topic. And during the past 5-6 months, resources were also made available to a group of researchers working on the virus. I can't quite remember the name of the gentleman, now quite famous, in the center in Christian Happy is leading a group of researchers trying to work on the domestic vaccine manufacturing capability. And I know that some resources were made available to that group to support the effort, while trying to also revive some of our existing facilities that were in Yaba and in other parts of the country. So there is an effort going on. The reason I didn't respond to the question of the moderator is I'm not sure I understood him. And I suspect that's why a lot of us didn't respond. Maybe he could rephrase it.
Yes. I've said that Mr. Tshisekedi, His Excellency, the President of the DRC, promoted some of the medicine that have been discovered by scientists in the DRC. And I was wondering, is there any way we can promote African medicine? Because as myself, when I made my training in Canada, we use to promote by Canadian offices, the African Asian medicine that Canadians are using, officially certificated. My question is this: as Canadians themselves are able to use African medicines, les médicaments africains, is there any way Nigerians, South Africans, or many other African countries can develop medicines that can help on COVID-19? More than vaccine, I say that can we able to develop medicines that can be helpful for our population? That's my question, sir.
Thank you. I take it in two strands. The first strand, of course, is that there is manufacturing capacity within the continent. And so even vaccines developed elsewhere are being manufactured, I believe, in South Africa and exported outside. But I think the critical question you are asking is about whether medicines that derive from within the continent, either due to our research and development or due to our resources, our plant materials, whether we can use them to support medications to the rest of the world. I do agree, but as you yourself would agree also, there is a scientific method. In other words, whatever we want to produce and share has to be able to meet the certification requirements of all these countries, including our own countries. So indeed, I don't see why not. There's scope, but we must do so not on the basis of just traditional knowledge, but on the basis of applying the scientific method and trying to bring those results to the attention of the rest of the world. I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you very much. We still have 2 minutes. Is there? Yeah.
Well, Dr. Mutekereza, I see that Adeyinka has a hand up. Maybe we could hear the contribution.
Yes, thank you, Chair. All I just wanted to say are the following. One, to remind us that one of the first genome sequencing of this virus was done in an African country, in Nigeria, to be precise. Secondly, that we have to, in pushing medicine to outside the world, we have to understand that there are processes that must be honored. Many times our people who develop medicine that are even efficacious against certain diseases do not want to submit it to the necessary peer review. Therefore, they just say, oh, I tried it on my 10 members of my church and the thing worked very well. This is fine, but submit it the way it should be submitted. Thirdly, and most importantly, is the need to differentiate between viruses and bacterial infections. I mean, we cannot be drinking potions in response to virus. We need to keep in step with the research, and know that when we are talking about responses, we are not responding to bacterial infection, to malaria fever, but generally, I agree that many of the medicines from Africa have been found very, very useful. We just need to go through the process, submit to WHO, for example, submit to the respective ministries, submit to CDC Africa, and if it is efficacious, then it is efficacious. Then it will sell itself. I just thought I should put that on the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unless there is any last intervention.
Yes, can I come in? I'm assuming that the panelists will not be given a chance to conclude, so I can just point out one thing. Unless moderated.
Okay, you can go ahead. I think that vous pouvez parler, toutefois, parce que je vois que nous avons fini notre temps, à moins que nous accorde encore 1 minute pour chacun des panélistes pour conclure, mais nous avons épuisé notre temps. Je suis disposé à vous écouter, mais c'est vrai, je demanderai qu'on donne aux panélistes chacun 1 minute pour conclure avant qu'on aille à la pause. Je sollicite cela.
No, well, then if you're giving the chance to panelists, I'll wait. That's fine.
Oui. Yes.
Dr. Nicholas, sorry if I could jump in here. We do have up to 12:20 for questions, and I thought before your panelists conclude, it'd be a good idea to hear from the participants. I think this is why we're here, so we can hear from all the participants, and they can throw their questions to your panel. So I believe we do have a few questions in French. So I would like to ask Mrs. Aku Burawudi to maybe ask some of those questions. Aku?
Thank you, MC. We've got some few questions here. I'm going to read out 2 of them right now. This is in French, and it's coming from Serve Adjovi. Pour la relance économique post-COVID-19, le rôle du secteur privé serait fondamental. Quels sont les leviers sur lesquels agir pour mobiliser davantage le secteur privé autour des défis de cette relance? That's one question. We've got another question from Mr. Sanusi Abra. It says, la pandémie du COVID-19 a révolutionné notre façon de travailler avec le développement du télétravail, développement du digital, organisation de séminaires virtuels ou webinaires. Comment la ACBF va-t-elle accompagner nos pays, nos administrations, le secteur privé, les ONG, pour que dans ce domaine, l'Afrique ne soit pas à la traîne et enregistre encore du retard? Alors, nous avons aussi une autre question de M. Deo qui dit, lorsqu'on parle de défiscalisation, ne risque-t-on pas de verser dans la polémique de paradis fiscaux? Alors, voilà quelques questions qui ont été posées.
Allô? Oui, Merci beaucoup pour les questions.
Dr. Mudereka, maybe you could decide which panelists can answer those questions, please, sir, because there are some questions, 3 questions there from Maku.
Merci beaucoup pour les questions, Madame Akou. Les questions ont été dites en français. Je voudrais savoir s'il y a quelqu'un qui se sent à l'aise pour les répondre. Je crois qu'elles ont été traduites. Je voudrais laisser aux panélistes chacun de prendre le privilège de répondre à cette question. En donnant d'abord la parole au professeur Kevin Urama, les autres panélistes peuvent se préparer aussi à apporter leur contribution. Professeur, est-ce que vous pouvez nous aider à répondre à certaines de ces questions, s'il vous plaît?
Okay, thank you, Chair. The questions are really very important ones. One, in terms of enabling the private sector to drive development more, because actually I can't agree more with the person who asked the question. To mobilize that huge $465 billion we're needing in order to recover, we need huge financial inflows. And that will come a lot more from global private investors and also the private sector. In African Development Bank Group, as you all know, we have established the Africa Investment Forum to do precisely that, to try and create boardrooms that brings governments, the sponsors of projects together to be able to de-risk those investments and create an environment that the private sector will be willing and the global public investors will be willing to invest in Africa. The next version of this is coming up in the first week of December, and I will call on colleagues to participate and also countries to be able to help in preparing the projects to bring them forward. Now, for me, the major aspect of what governments needs to do for private sector is to create a stable policy environment that is more predictable, risks are manageable, and then the private sector is good. That's one of the world. But the challenge is that the risks and the predictability of the policy environment remain very volatile. So governments creating that stability will help quite a lot in mobilizing private sector investments. Now, on the issue of tax and tax havens, that's a very critical question, which deals a lot more also on the issues of governance and transparency and accountability that I mentioned briefly in the beginning of the session. So we need to also try to ensure that we are thinking about tax havens, not only for COVID-19, but also even in the green transitions on the solar panels and all the things we do. We must think about the welfare impacts of those tax havens. Who is it benefiting? Is it for the rich or for the poor? Is it pro-poor or pro-rich? Or is it regressive to the poor? So these are the questions that finance ministers need to think through very carefully while doing that. And to help with that, the African Development Bank is providing support through a debt action plan that includes issues on training on taxation and so on and so forth that we'll be doing with ACBF and the rest of the other institutions on the continent. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, professeur. Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais demander si mesdames Kaitesi et mesdames Ngungi ont quelque chose aussi à nous apporter, à ajouter cela. Madame Kaitesi, s'il vous plaît, pourriez-vous aussi contribuer?
Thank you very much.
Before you come in there, Mrs. Kaitesi, let me just also throw something else at you. Maybe you can answer this. It's from Pamela Madududu. And it's a comment, but I think it's also an interesting question or something to respond to. We still have rural areas that are heavily disadvantaged due to the lack of access to proper education infrastructure, internet, roads, healthcare systems, electricity, etc. In as much as Africa needs to achieve its development goals, then rural development policies that address the rural infrastructural challenges have to be considered. Africa has about 68% of populations in rural areas. I picked this because, of course, the rural areas and development of rural areas is critical, particularly in a post-COVID-19 world. So maybe I could ask you to answer that as well as what Dr. Mudekereza asked you to respond to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderators. And I am not sure if I got the very first question on private sector, but like I mentioned in my presentation is Rwanda, for example, I would give an example. Rwanda envisages to be a private sector-led, economy. We believe that our development should be driven by the private sector. But like in many other African countries, our private sectors are still struggling. And therefore, the government has really put a number of initiatives to support the development of the private sector. And particularly in this period of COVID, there was a number of short-term strategies and policies, like I mentioned, the Economic Recovery Fund that was put by government. I mentioned the support, by loans from the banking sector through the restructuring of loans, and then VAT repayments, tax delays. All these were really geared to support the private sector in this period where they were really struggling. But like my members mentioned, there's really need to support our SMEs. The SMEs are really struggling all over in Africa, and some even die before their first anniversary. And therefore we need to look into this, and probably that one brings into the issue of the village, rural areas. Most of these SMEs actually are initiated from the rural areas, and the people do not have the facilities, they do not have the capacity to develop good project proposals, they do not have the capacity in terms of finance to have, to be able to even get loans from the bank. And therefore there's need to really look into this area so that our small and medium enterprises also benefit. I know Rwanda has done a lot, and we in our effort to decentralization, the government has really decentralized, and the development is, comprehensive. The government is really trying to go into the rural areas to provide electricity, to provide water, to provide this. And besides, we cannot actually move forward if we do not educate our population. So there's need to even advocate for 100%, education enrollment into even primary education. This one actually supports the growth. If we have an educated society, I believe we'll be able to drive the development that we are talking about. Thank you very much, moderator. This is what I can contribute.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Je voudrais demander à madame Rose Bougui si elle a quelque chose aussi à ajouter sur ces points et sur les questions demandées.
One question.
Again, Doctor, before Dr. Ngugi comes in, maybe I can ask Aku to ask her another question so she can comment, she can answer this question as well as comment on the previous question. So Aku, can you ask a question in French to Dr. Ngugi, please?
Okay, let me read another question coming from the Q&A. OK. Alors, cette question vient de M. Ibet. Bonjour. En quoi la ACBF pourrait apporter sa contribution à l'Afrique pour que le continent puisse développer son plateau technique sanitaire? Par exemple, la ACBF ne pourrait-elle pas saisir l'opportunité à travers l'initiative COVAS pour centraliser les aides de ce dispositif sur des questions plus avantageuses pour l'Afrique?
Merci beaucoup, une très bonne question.
Dr. Ngugi, are you still with us?
Yeah, you can hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Thank you very much. I just want to focus on a few. One is on rural areas, and just give an example of what's happening in Kenya. As you know, rural areas, one of the key things that goes on is agriculture. And what we have seen with Kenya is that with the COVID, agriculture actually played a major role in terms of driving growth during that time. And not only was it providing food, but also it is where those who lost jobs in the urban centers managed to go back. And one of the things that is happening is, for example, to promote community and household irrigation. This is the small-scale kind of irrigations because we can no longer depend on rain-fed agriculture. So there is an attempt to ensure that we can promote irrigation both at community and household level. And the other thing is happening is the rehabilitation of wells, water pans, and also underground tanks, especially in also areas where we have challenges as far as rainfall is concerned. So these are two major elements that the government is doing to support the rural areas, in addition to working together with the county governments in building roads, especially the feeder roads, so that there can be access to the farm level. At the farm level, in addition to having reducing the costs of production with subsidized inputs for the rural community. In terms of the private sector, I just want to add to what my sister from Rwanda is talking about. In Kenya also, the private sector really has a major proportion of MSCs. The MSCs have a characteristic that makes them very unique. And when the shock comes, you find that there is a tendency of high vulnerability because they tend to trade among themselves. They have a very low level of technology, adaptability to a large extent, and this makes them very highly vulnerable. And one of the key areas that the government is working on is, for example, in identifying or recognizing the skills that can be built and how you can certification of the same from the MSCs. And the other aspect that is very crucial is on standardization of the products so that they can manage to take advantage of the markets, the export markets that are opening. At the moment, we have the CFTA, which is a major market that MSCs can actually take up. But in addition to that is that with the COVID, we realized that there are some subsectors of MSCs that were able to demonstrate their capabilities in some areas. For example, in coming up with the PPEs, it was very clear that there are capabilities that are not being tapped in the MSC sector. And the efforts
I do apologize. I am going to have to jump in there. I do apologize. We only have 2 minutes for the session. And if I could just ask the moderator, I think Dr. Muntali wanted to say something. If we can give him 1 minute and then give it back to the moderator to close the session. But thank you, Dr. Ngugi. I think your answer was very refreshing and very pertinent. So if I can turn it over to Dr. Mudekereza, maybe Dr. Muntali can answer something and then you can close the session. Thank you.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Dr. Muntali. Oui, nous sommes à disposition de vous écouter.
Right. Thank you so much. I think for me, really, I just wanted to cement something up. And I think this is a message to ACBF, having liaised with my Minister of Finance. Because one of the key issues that he clearly wanted to have as a message sending out is the capacities for member states to mobilize resources to support in building implementation capacities. And I think countries like Malawi have had challenges with the fiscal space, such that when shocks like COVID hit, when sectors like tourism and others get affected, there's hardly any room to maneuver. So if the ACBF could really support countries like Malawi in building capacities around resource mobilization, that would be an area that would really be appreciated. So I thought I should just highlight that, and including by extension the issue of the African Continental Free Trade Area. I mentioned we now have an implementation plan, but the capacities around that is something that we need to be looking at. And lastly, really the issue of which I'm picking on Prof. Kurama, what he mentioned, the regional value chains. I don't think that all of us should be talking of wanting to produce vaccines for COVID in our countries, but if in a regional context, we can have a hub that produces vaccines to support the continent, that should be something that should be considered. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mutali. Dr. Mudakereza, maybe you could close the session, please.
Oui, je voudrais encore remercier tous les panélistes, tout spécialement les dames qui ont participé à ce forum, en l'occurrence Dr. Ngungi et Madame Kayetesi. C'était pour nous un grand plaisir. Nous nous excusons pour les panélistes parce que le sujet était très intéressant, mais le temps ne nous a pas permis de pouvoir tout consommer. Nous espérons que nous allons partager une publication qui nous permettra de pouvoir mettre en pratique ces expériences. Encore merci beaucoup. C'était des panélistes de très haut niveau et cela a été utile pour tout l'auditoire. Nous avons beaucoup de gens qui sont sur la liste de participants et que vous ne voyez pas nécessairement. Et je crois que nous et eux, nous sommes très flattés pour l'ACBF de vous avoir eu comme conférencier. Donc, au nom de l'ACBF, au nom de l'honneur que vous nous faites, nous vous remercions beaucoup d'avoir donné votre temps à cette grande conférence sur la post-Covid. Encore, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to thank our session one moderator, Dr. Constant Mudakereza, member of the ACBF Executive Board, and of course, all our guest speakers. I probably may be speaking out of turn, but I'm going to request that ACBF responds to some of your questions after the e-seminar if we don't answer them during the course of the next two sessions. So I'm hoping that we can answer your questions because, of course, you are part of ACBF and you are the reason why ACBF builds capacity, all the participants here. So thank you very much. You're participating in our e-seminar under the theme Post-COVID-19 Recovery in Africa, Challenges, Lessons and Capacity Development Priorities, brought to you by the Africa Capacity Building Foundation, ACBF. Now, we were supposed to take a 10-minute break, but for value of time, we will take a short health break and we'll return live on YouTube, Twitter, and of course on the Zoom platform at exactly 12:30. So please don't go away. We'll be back at 12:30. Thank you.
Andy, before we go away, I agree with you 100% because I knew that some questions were directed to ACBF, and maybe, as you rightly said, it would be best for us to do it after this other session, in case there are other questions that come up. So I will personally take them on by myself. So let me assure the people that we are not ignoring their questions.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. Yes, of course, because this e-seminar is for you, the participants. So Professor Nandozi will personally make sure that your questions are answered. So 12:30, we'll be back. Please don't go away. We're looking forward to hosting you on the e-seminar at exactly 12:30. Thank you. Welcome back to our e-seminar. I'm Andy Hodges, Head of Business at Zimpapers TV Network ZTN, and your moderator or Master of Ceremonies for today's e-seminar. You, of course, are participating in our e-seminar under the theme Post-COVID-19 Recovery in Africa, Challenges, Lessons, and Capacity Development Priorities, brought to you by the Africa Capacity Building Foundation, ACBF. Now, our second session this morning is under the theme Supporting Post-COVID-19 Recovery for Africa's Sustainable Development. What are the key capacity development priorities? Now, this session will run from 12:30 to 13:30, and then we will have a 20-minute question and answer session at the end of it. I would like now to welcome our moderator, Dr. Kabata. He's technical advisor to Director General Badea. Once more, Dr. Kabata will introduce our guest speakers. And if I can ask all our guest speakers to please stick to time. As I said, we have until 1:30, 13:30 to finish the guest speakers, and then we'll move to the question and answer session and any comments. So Dr. Kabata, over to you, sir.
All right, well, thank you very much. And I hope I'm audible to everyone. I'm delighted actually to moderate this session on the announced theme, Supporting Post-COVID-19 Recovery for Africa's Sustainable Development. What are the priority capacity, what are the key capacity development priorities? So the session will go through some perspective and experience from different stakeholders. It will also dive into priority areas and some of the implementation priorities when it comes to capacity development to ensure a full successful recovery. We're going to look into some partnership and institutional arrangement, as well as key specific actions to fund our way to the post-recovery. So in that respect, I'm delighted to have on this panel a wide range of speakers coming from the banking sectors, from pretty much think tanks, if I will put it that way, from the public administration, and from some of our RECs. So in that respect, I will go straight to the point. I'm gonna pass the floor to Dr. Raymond Bumbuya, who's actually the principal economist and senior manager at Afrexim Bank. Dr. Bumbuya, the floor is yours, and you have 5 minutes to show the case of what are the priorities when it comes to capacity development in the post-COVID recovery. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And thank you and all protocol observed. Let me begin by saying that it's really a great pleasure for Afrexim Bank to participate in this important event, marking the 30th anniversary of the African Capacity Building Foundation. And at the same time, providing the opportunity to highlight some of the key issues and challenges faced by African countries in the efforts to support and sustain post-COVID-19 recovery. I'd also like to thank our dear partner, the ACBF, for associating the African Export-Import Bank to this event, attesting to the deepening of our partnership. So today's topic, the topic for this panel is highly relevant, timely, and it actually align with the bank's engagement to help its member countries cope with the pandemic and build back better for a resilient post-COVID-19 Africa. Well, indeed, knowledge, skills, and capacity development are critical to accelerate growth and economic development as they lay the foundation for technological innovation, transformation, increased job opportunities, sustainability, and resilience, which are essential for competitiveness and integration into the global economy, giving credence to the belief that knowledge is power. This is buttressed by the fact that job creation, increased productivity, and income generation are also a function of an educated and skilled workforce with the knowledge, skills, and necessary competencies. However, skill and knowledge gap remain a major concern in various sectors and institutions across the continent, constraining the ability to essentially innovate effectively and enhance their competitiveness. So the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and Africa's struggle to procure key medical kits and equipment and vaccine is one of the many illustrations of skills and knowledge deficit in the continent. In a globalizing world where traded products are increasingly dominated by processed high technological content, and in the context of the fourth industrial revolution, it has become really imperative for Africa to rise to the challenge in effort to enhance its participation to global value chain and catch up with the rest of the world. So accordingly, Afreximbank has been actually collaborating with the ACBF to work with its network of partners to carry out capacity development program and learning events in a sustainable manner with the view to contributing to reducing the skill and knowledge gap in the continent. In this context, the bank has actually been successfully collaborating with the ACBF on several fronts, including supporting intra-African trade by strengthening institutional capacity through building capacity for research, policy formulation across Africa, and implementing through think tanks and private sector organizations in targeted countries to uncover innovation in effective economic integration, intra-African trade and export development, with ACBF supporting the bank's mandate as Center of Excellence in African Trade and Development Matters by using the bank's journal to publish the research. The collaboration has also included developing a university-based curriculum for structured trade finance, leveraging the unique experience of the bank and building skills in finance and structured trade finance in the continent. Currently, the bank is actually in discussion on renewing the partnership agreement for the next 5 years, covering activities including those related to capacity development to allow the two institutions continue the capacity building effort, and also to help narrow the skill gap and enhance the resilience of African economies post-COVID. In an era of research and publication, Afreximbank dedicated its 2020 issue of its contemporary issues on African trade and trade finance, SIAT, to the COVID-19 crisis, to really create awareness and educate stakeholders regarding development on the pandemic. So there are many other things that in which the bank has been involved and engaged to help provide direct solutions to its member countries, so that it lays the foundation for a sustainable growth and enhance resilience post-COVID. For example, the bank is supporting its member countries under the pandemic trade mitigation facilities, which we call PATIMFA, a facility that supports member country central bank and other financial institutions to meet trade debt payments falling due and to avert to trade payment default, and assist them to assist member country in procuring critical import under emergency condition, etc. So because the bank has been able to do that and helping this country to really mitigate liquidity and default risk and avoiding insolvency under this program, is really enabled member country to build confidence and create the condition for gradual but steady, sustained recovery going forward. In the health sector, the bank has also been very much involved building partnership, notably with, for example, with the Africa Center for Disease Control, to really help build the capacity of the Africa pharmaceutical industry to really cope with COVID-19. Other partnerships have been built, for example, with the UNICA, for example, a $2 million facility focusing on local manufacturing of COVID-19 related medical supplies, ventilators, etc., to really help the countries, all African countries, really combat the pandemic and and help them build back better. Clearly, the COVID pandemic has set a new role, that is mobilizing resources towards digital infrastructure, which is now, it seems now to be essential to attract investment and remain competitive on the global trade and economic stage. In this regard, the bank continues to deploy resources to adapt to the new realities driven by the digital advancement in its effort to help member countries build resilience post-COVID-19. So we may be aware. We may all be aware of the bank flagship capacity program, the Afreximbank Annual Structured Trade Finance Seminar Series. Among the lessons, the pandemic highlighted the relevance of digital and technological infrastructure.
Well, Dr. Bunguya, I would like you to get to the point. You exhaust pretty much your time. If we save time, I may come back to you for additional point. Can you go to the last point?
Right.
Please.
Well, yeah. Okay. Well, because there are so many things that the bank is doing, and 5 minutes really is really very little to. But I'll just say that one of the focus area has really been we adapting to the new realities, investing really in technology to really help the member countries cope with the COVID, and at the same time helping member countries really to improve intra-African trade, which also is also incorporated in the objective of the AFCFTA. So, for example, we have I'll just give 2 examples, and I'll stop there. For example, we have the Huawei Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which is a digital platform to enable intra-African trade and commerce payment to be made in African currencies and reduce some challenges that have been persistent. So, because and another one is our Mensa, which is the Mensa is really the Pan-African Customer Due Diligence Repository platform, which is a digital platform for financial institutions, corporate entities, and SMEs. The objective is really to help countries perform customer due diligence and know your customer checks on counterparties in Africa. So targeted capacity building session will be organized to ensure that all stakeholders take full advantage of the platform. So we are really focusing on technology, digital innovation, digitization to really adapt to the new realities, to make sure that the bank remains competitive and to make sure that we can really continue to help our members. And one more thing, if you allow. So after the successful inaugural trade fair hosted by the government of Egypt in 2028, the second edition of the event is scheduled to take place in Durban, South Africa, from the 15th to the 21st of November this year. And this is an important channel for capacity building because it is vital for growth sustainability post-COVID, as it allows the sharing of trade, investment, and market information with variable stakeholders, including investors, SMEs, the informal sector, the African in the diaspora, to identify solutions for addressing challenges affecting intra-African trade. So, of course, you are all invited. I would like to stop here for now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bunguya. Obviously, you cannot make it in 5 minutes. Afrexim has achieved a lot and is up to do more with respect to capacity development and a certain number of initiatives to actually develop capacity across the continent for a speedy recovery after COVID. So with this, we're gonna move to the next speaker, who's Ms. Michelle Chivunga, CEO of Investor Global Policy House. She's also a member of the African Union Task Force on Digital Trade and Transformation for Africa. So Ms. Chivunga, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes as well.
Dr. Kabata, I understand that Ms. Chivunga is not actually with us, unfortunately. She was earlier, but she's not with us now. So if we can move on to Professor Alban.
OK, le professeur Alban, il est directeur de la cellule d'analyse des politiques économiques du CIRES, Côte d'Ivoire. Alors, monsieur le professeur Aouré, vous avez la parole et vous avez 5 minutes pour nous partager l'expérience de votre cellule pour ce qui concerne le développement de capacités.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Merci à l'ACBF d'associer la CAPEC à ce important atelier dans le cadre des 30 ans ou du 30e anniversaire. Et la CAPEC a été très impliquée dans les analyses dès les premiers moments de contamination de la COVID-19. Et parce que le ministère de l'Économie et des Finances nous a demandé de conduire déjà une étude d'analyse d'impact. En septembre 2020, il fallait maintenant regarder l'impact des politiques publiques mises en œuvre. Et actuellement, sur l'impact de ces politiques, et c'est financé par ADRC au CRDI du Canada. En termes de capacité, puisque ce n'est que 5 minutes et il faut qu'on y aille, et je dirais qu'est-ce qu'on a constaté et pourquoi nous avons des besoins de capacité. D'abord, la COVID-19 a mis en exergue les besoins de financement pour soutenir les politiques de mitigation des impacts. Et on a vu combien de fois les pays
It looks like we're running into an issue. Professeur Aouré, êtes-vous encore là? On a des soucis apparemment techniques.
Son micro est fermé, il faut que...
Oui, je suis là. Si, mais bon, donc 5 minutes, je vais aller rapidement. Non, le micro est ouvert, non, c'est bon? C'est bon?
C'est bon, on peut vous écouter, c'est bon.
Mon micro est ouvert. Vous m'entendez, vous me recevez? Voilà. Donc, besoin de mobilisation des ressources domestiques. Il faut investir beaucoup là-dedans. Quelle fiscalité pour améliorer notre rendement en termes de mobilisation des ressources domestiques pour faire choc sanitaire. Et cette fiscalité qui prend en compte le large secteur informel dans nos pays, cette fiscalité de l'économie numérique, parce que beaucoup d'activités commerciales se font à travers aujourd'hui Internet. Et cette fiscalité qui prend en compte les ressources minières, énergétiques et autres, comment mieux fiscaliser pour qu'on ait plus de ressources pour faire face. On a aussi des de capacité en termes par exemple, pour voir comment on peut utiliser ces sanitaires dans des nouvelles maladies qui apparaissent. Parce que la recherche, en ce sens-là, au niveau de l'Afrique, est restée très faible. Voilà, donc nous avons bien sûr des vaccins, c'est très important pour nous, mais en même temps, qu'est-ce que nous pouvons tirer de nos capacités et comment investir là-dedans pour que nous soyons plus résilients. Troisièmement, nous avons remarqué qu'en Côte d'Ivoire et dans les pays dans lesquels nous conduisons notre étude, notamment le Burkina Faso, le Sénégal et le Cameroun, que ce sont des pays où le secteur informel est très important. Nous avons au moins 80-90% des emplois qui sont dans le secteur informel. Imaginons-nous si on devrait avoir à fermer ces activités pour un bon moment, ou bien à confiner comme cela s'est observé dans les pays développés. Quelqu'un qui vend dans un restaurant, qui ne vit que de sa petite recette journalière, ou bien qui ne vit que des pourboires, s'il doit rester à la maison pendant une semaine ou 2 mois, 1 mois, 2 mois, qu'est-ce qui va se passer? Donc, nous avons besoin très rapidement de travailler sur la formalisation. Et ça, nous avons des besoins en capacité pour cela. La formalisation des différents secteurs d'activité en Afrique, ça va prendre du temps, mais il faut commencer à y réfléchir sérieusement. Un autre point, c'est ce qui s'est remarqué en Côte d'Ivoire, quand le ministre de l'Économie et des Finances nous a demandé l'impact, donc de faire une micro-simulation de l'impact de la COVID sur les indicateurs macro de la Côte d'Ivoire, on avait besoin d'un modèle. macroéconomique pour la Côte d'Ivoire. Et heureusement que la CAPEC disposait d'un modèle que nous avons utilisé déjà il y avait un an avant. Et c'est ce modèle que nous avons adapté en faisant des hypothèses pour intégrer la COVID-19 et faire donc un modèle d'équilibre général et autres. Donc, nous avons besoin de développer nos capacités en modélisation macro et nos capacités en micro-simulation pour répondre aux besoins des décideurs en matière d'analyse rapide pour leur donner des solutions, des résultats qui vont aider à la prise de décision. Donc ça, c'est très important. Les matrices de comptabilité sociale de nos pays datent de très longtemps le plus souvent. Il faut les mettre à jour pour qu'on puisse répondre. On a parlé de télétravail. Il est important alors de réduire les gaps numériques qui existent dans nos pays africains. Ceux qui se sont, je dirais, en sortie, hein, ceux qui ont pu mieux résister du télétravail et ainsi de suite. Ou bien on a des innovations qui sont faites telles que vendre en ligne et autres. Mais lorsqu'on a, je dirais, une pauvreté numérique, c'est difficile de pouvoir être résilient face à ces genres de chocs. Donc, nous devons réduire certainement cette pauvreté numérique en faisant des investissements dans ce sens-là. Voilà, donc je pense que je suis en train d'épuiser mes 5 minutes. Et dernière chose que je pourrais dire, on pourra revenir s'il y a des questions, c'est nos capacités d'analyse d'impact des politiques publiques. Il y a eu beaucoup de financements qui ont été faits, des politiques publiques à l'endroit des ménages, des entreprises informelles ou formelles dans différents pays pour faire face à la COVID, donc réduire l'impact négatif qui était attendu, c'est bon. Et des pays ont été plus ou moins résilients de croissance positive en 2020, c'est bien. Mais après, il faut évaluer tout cela. Il faut évaluer les politiques publiques. Et on n'a pas toujours suffisamment de compétences. On ne met pas en place des mécanismes de capacité à ce niveau et renforcement de capacité même pour la gouvernance des politiques publiques. Parce que dans certains pays, pour mitiger l'impact de la COVID-19, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Il faut regarder les questions de gouvernance, nos capacités à bien gérer. Monsieur le modérateur. Voilà, donc voici ce que je voulais signifier. Et merci et je reste disponible. Voilà.
Bien, merci beaucoup pour votre riche contribution au-delà de la contrainte du temps. Donc, l'on va revenir sur certains points d'intérêt. But for now, we will move to the next speaker, who's Mr. Andrew Otieno. He's actually an expert in the office of the Prime Minister of Uganda, I would assume. So, Mr. Otieno, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes to share your experience or Uganda experience on what kind of priority you have when it comes to capacity development to recover from COVID.
Yes. Apologies, Dr. Kabata. I've just heard that Mr. Andrew Otieno is not actually with us, unfortunately. Maybe we can move to the next speaker, Dr. Wumi.
All right. All right, so we will move to the next speaker, Dr. Wumi Olayola. Is a senior program officer at the Economic Policy Analysis Unit of ECOWAS Commission. So, Dr. Olayola, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes to share your experience on key priorities when it comes to capacity development to recover from COVID.
Okay. Thank you very much, the moderator, and let me say congratulations to ACBF. I have been part and parcel of the development capacity building program of ACBF too. And I just want to share our experience from a regional perspective. I mean at the ECOWAS level. Because at regional level, we have been able to do some things in order to manage the effect of COVID-19. And what I'm going to share in the next 3-4 minutes is mainly our experience, what can I call the outcome of the effort of the region to develop what I call COVID-19 regional resilient plan and the socioeconomic impact of COVID-19 at the regional level. What can become our findings and what can be the difficulties we encounter. We will be able to find out really the fact that among the 15 member states of ECOWAS Commission, those countries that are worst hit with the impact of COVID-19 are those who exhibit three major characteristics. One is those countries that are mineral dependent, those who are monocultural economy, and those who exhibit some kind of macroeconomic instability. We find out that the disability of the containment measures and exposure that really lead to negative impact of this COVID-19. So in the course of the region to develop some kind of management devices, we look at three major areas in terms of trade, in terms of human development, in terms of macroeconomic management. In doing that, what are the basic challenges? And what are those things that where we really need a capacity building? And at this area that I believe that ACBF really need to come into in form of assistance. First one is the area of data and statistics. We find out that the majority of the containment and mitigation measures used by majority of our member states are not being supported by reliable and useful statistics. And this one really made the planning and intervention program to be very difficult. And we can see a lot of missed targets in terms of social unrest and so on and so forth. We believe that you really need the capacity, in the area of developing the indicators and framework that we can be able to develop the strategy for this kind of recovery plan, and also how to be able to institutionalizing different kind of mechanism that we devise at each of our member states. That's the first area. The second area is in developing the observatory, because we believe that any kind of policy response from member states need to be monitored. And this need to be monitored, means there's a need for us to develop some kind of health and economic indicators, and so that we can be able to measure the impact of some of these intervention program. And also the kind of development program in the area of economic diversification and transformation, because we believe that majority of countries that depend solely on mineral resources, they are worst hit by the impact of the COVID-19. And this is the right time for us to be able to diversify the economy. How do we do that? Through value chain, and a lot of people have discussed a lot of that, and supply chain. Well, the participation in supply chain and value chain need capacity. How do we capacitate our member states and also at the regional level so that they can be able to participate fully? That's another area of capacity need. The third one is the area of mobilizing resources, because we cannot be able to, there's a need for capacity to develop the best approach to mobilize domestic resources. And also, not only that, how to be able to use both fiscal and monetary policy in order to maintain, to manage the effect of COVID-19. And this is an area that we really need some kind of capacity in establishing what we can call regional and national funds for COVID-19 management. Another area is the area of capacity on how to solicit and access support from different development partners. What we find out at regional level is that majority of our member states are incapacitated for the best approach to access some of these development partner fund, like AU Debt Subvention Initiative, the Debt Service Subvention Initiative, the Rapid Credit Facility, Rapid Financing Instrument, the Paris Structural Debt Service Suspension Initiative. All these initiatives, there is need for the kind of capacity so that they can be able to know how to access some of these funds, and also how to involve the private sector in order to be able to manage the kind of fund they can be able to get from that kind of support. So let me just conclude that by saying that if we try to develop any kind of recovery plan capacity, we need to look at the institutional arrangement and the kind of process and action that need to be taken. So capacity will be needed in the area of developing what I can call compliance monitoring, so also the outcome monitoring and impact evaluation in such a way we can be able to know. Because to me, I don't think we are in the era of any post-COVID era. COVID has caused a lot of damages that need to be managed for a long time. And there's a need for us to develop some kind of strategy so that the impact can be mitigated.
Well, thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. Thank you very much, Dr. Olaiwola, for saving us some time by going straight to the point. We will move to the next speaker, who's Professor Afekina Jerome. I hope is with us and ready to take the floor. Professor Afekina Jerome is a special advisor to the Commissioner of Rural Economy and Agriculture at the African Union Commission in Addis. The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you, Coordinator. The ACBF Board of Governors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first of all join others in congratulating ACBF for celebrating its 30th anniversary. We are indeed very proud of your track record and achievements, some of which were read out yesterday. So invariably, in terms of my contribution, I'll be looking at how we can strengthen ACBF in the area of capacity building, since you are no longer a toddler. As Ambassador Wencha reminded us during his very elaborate presentation, Africa is under siege from climate change and COVID-19, and our development trajectories are being reversed. The continent is sinking into depths, and the vulnerability of the people are on the rise. That would be my summary. In fact, looking specifically at COVID-19, we do see that it is exacerbating existing inequalities. I'll just give you two quick examples before I delve into the capacity dimension. As of September 2021, records from World Health Organization indicates that Africa as a continent has only fully vaccinated only 3% of its 1.2 billion people. This vaccination rate lags far behind other parts of the world, including Europe, which is nearly 50%, North Africa, 44%, Asia, 32%, and South America, 32%. At this rate, it appears that neither the African Union goal of 60% vaccination by 2023, nor the global vaccine distribution mechanism, that is COVAX goal of 20% by 2022 will be reached or realized. The good news, however, is that efforts are being made to ramp up production of vaccines on the African continent. As of September, where we have latest information, there are at least 12 COVID-19 production facilities being set up in the pipeline across 6 African countries. The second point I want to allude to is looking at this sharing of the SDRO, the 650 billion SDRO by the IMF. Africa is getting a paltry 33 billion, which the president of Senegal has described as a drop in the bucket. Just take a look. By comparison, the United States will receive 118 billion, which is equivalent to SDRO 83. While China, on the spot, just one country will be allocated 43 billion. Why I'm reeling out these statistics is that we find that capacity challenges are immense. If there is any lesson from COVID-19 is that Africa needs to increasingly look inward. While COVID has intensified the existing challenges and exposed the vulnerability of African economics, we need to look inward, whether in the production of vaccines, fixing our healthcare system, and what have you. Now, quickly going to the capacity area. I do think that this is an opportunity for us to build back better and greener, solving the existing vulnerabilities that have always been with us, whether in agriculture, whether in infrastructure, whether in financing or what have you. Let me just stay, since not many people have talked in the area of environment, let me talk to some of the capacity challenges, what we need to do in the terms of the environment. since COP26 is just a few days away. I do believe, like I said, that it's an opportunity for Africa to build back better and greener. So we need to build more capacity in the area of resilience. Therefore, my advocate as ACBF march ahead is that we need more capacity building to assist countries to implement their national determined contributions. I mean, very many of them, they read out their national determined contribution, which are very, very ambitious. We have to find a way. That is an area which I think ACBF need to look upon. So also, increasingly, nation-based solutions is also high on the agenda. This is one area where I think ACBF can begin to assist African countries. In a nutshell, I want to summarize that ACBF should assist countries to prepare bankable projects because the government cannot fund very many of these initiatives. We need the private sector. And except you have bankable projects, it will be difficult for you to draw on the private sector. One area which I want to allude to in my last 2 minutes also is digitalization, which I do believe is one of the legacies of COVID-19. Unfortunately, looking at the statistics, women are increasingly being left behind. So we need to do more research as well as build capacity of the continent in the area of digitalization. Let me quickly allude to what partnership or institutional arrangements should be in place to unlock the resources to effectively coordinate the actions. Invariably, without finance, there's practically little we can do. And I want to think that as part of looking inward, African governments need to be the major financier of ACBF. We need money from donors, but that should be on top of what we are getting from Africa. Increasingly, we need to target and you think how to get more funding from the continent. This is where I think there will be an increased role for our esteemed finance ministers who are very, very close to the board of the ACBF. I think they can help by helping the organization to get more of the fundings. I mean, there is a funding formula that had worked in the past, the APROM, Africa Peer Review Mechanism. 20 years ago, they never suffered from funding. I mean, APM, the ACBF should begin to look at some of those examples of what they can do. So also, I want to suggest that ACBF needs a strong partnership division to concentrate on revenue mobilization, both from the continent and outside. It should not be the job of the executive secretary alone. I mean, they need a very strong partnership to assist him to get different innovative sources of financing. To round up, coordinator, my final point is that I want to advise, I believe finally that ACBF needs a very strong presence in Addis Ababa. Like what we saw during the time of Ambassador Diop, who is now the foreign minister of Mali. I mean, the man was simply everywhere, interacting with partners and donors because many of them are based in Ante. So part of what ACBF should think of doing is that the partnership division should very much align with what is happening at the AU, not just to mainstream ACBF interest in the AU, but also to talk to all the development plan partners because they are all present in Addis. Well, that would be my last point. Maybe if there are other questions, I can follow up. Thank you. Let me stop here.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Afekina, for your contribution. I hope we get back to you with time. Now we're going to move to the next speaker, who's Professor Olu Ajakaye, Executive Chairman of the African Center for Shared Development Capacity Building, Nigeria. So, Professor Ajakaye, the floor is yours, and you have 5 minutes to share your experience and perspective on capacity building.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Let me join others in thanking the ACBF, and in particular, congratulating the ACBF for the monumental achievements over the last 30 years and wish them many more fruitful years ahead. We need a lot more from ACBF, as can be seen from the rendition by all speakers so far. I noticed that most of the earlier speakers focus, and rightly so, on the needs of government or government-related, organizations, be it at the regional economic community level or at national level. But let me, from my own experience, also draw attention to the need for capacity development in the other stakeholder groups in country and also across countries. First, the way things are evolving now, particularly in the context of COVID and post-COVID development era that we are in, the impact of the various measures taken by government to contain or mitigate the effect of COVID has been on all stakeholders, from the informal sector to the formal sector to government to the monetary authorities and so on. But what you see is that we have been focusing more on debt, which is reflecting, the government fiscal posture, on monetary policy reflecting either flow of foreign exchange or the exchange rate management, inflation, and all that. But the needs of the primary stakeholders who are the immediate, community affected by this impact, they seem to be rolling off the table. I'm talking about the business interest organizations. I'm talking about the labor unions. I'm talking about civil society organizations, and I'm talking about the NGOs. In our experience, the needs for capacity building in these areas cannot be, overemphasized, because they need to be capacitated to be able to come to the table with their own, challenges, and also proposing what can be done to deal with it. Where you can see there's considerable emphasis on how to manage debt, how to manage the fiscal balance, how to manage the foreign exchange, but how do you manage the survival of businesses? I'm glad that Dr. Thomas Muntali mentioned what's going on in Malawi, but it is seen as just helping them instead of asking them to actually be on the table and let us talk together and come together as a group and decide on what to do. But for that to happen, we need the capacity of these organizations to be built. So the very, very robust instruments that ACBF has developed over the years can now be applied, in a very nuanced way to build to develop capacity of some of these organizations. Take the case of the business interest organizations in various countries. We have chambers of commerce everywhere. What we should do, I would not subscribe to the idea of ACBF giving them financial support, but I would support, and actually promote ACBF organizing, workshops and seminars to disseminate the knowledge product that they produce, which also means that ACBF must produce knowledge that can help them to actually be able to build their capacity to articulate policies and programs and engage government. The same thing with the labor unions. We have various kinds of labor unions at different levels of capacity on the continent. Many of them are very good at organizing protests and strikes and all that. But when it comes to actually engaging government on very solid, policy issues, as far as the labor, community is concerned, you find them lacking. They will then be waiting for the policy to be put in place, and then they start protesting. Whereas if they were actually on the table when these ideas were being mooted, their nuances and concerns will have been incorporated, and therefore there will be no protest. Instead, they'll be more complementary and therefore support smooth implementation of policy. Because one of the challenges that, for example, Professor Orama had mentioned earlier is the policy somersault. The reason for policy somersault in many countries is because when government is thinking of the policies, it's not engaging with the stakeholders that will be eventually affected. And when the consequence starts coming, then they start protesting, and the protest becomes so vigorous that government then has to backtrack, and then we start saying government is not able to sustain policy because of the way we develop the policy. So I would suggest that we need to build capacity in those societies to do so. Also, the NGO and the CSOs, they need knowledge product based capacity building to actually enlighten, inform, and capacitate them again to be able to structurally and constructively engage government, not wait for crumbs to go on the street and be shouting all over the place without actually being engaged with government. I suggest therefore that the portfolio of government, of ACBF, capacity building instruments is already very robust, but we should not be deploying them, in a very strategic way to government agencies, which government is already doing very well. Which ACBF is doing very well. So let that be sustained, and we need financial support to be able to do that. But then we also need to spread our capacity building or capacity development initiatives to these other stakeholders, the business interest organizations, the labor unions, the civil society organizations, and other other sectoral groups, to be able to not wait for protests, but be part of the development of policies ab initio, so that when the policies are being implemented, nobody is therefore surprised. They will then be the one actually evangelizing and explain to their constituencies what is in need for them, because every policy has three effects: the intended effects, which are generally positive; the unintended effects, which will be positive; and then the unintended but undesirable effect, which is negative. That one is inalienable, and that's what people then respond to. And when they respond to it, they then rubbish the first two effects, the desirable ones, and the result is that society does not move forward. So I propose therefore that going forward, ACBF should now extend its capacity building program to these other constituencies in various countries, and it could be in the context of seminars, workshops, and experience sharing, not necessarily giving them money, but ACBF will have capacity to develop the various knowledge products that can then be disseminated to empower these organizations to become more constructive participants in the policy making process in the various countries. And this way, I believe that smooth and orderly development will be sustained within the context of either ongoing COVID or post-COVID, whenever we get out of it. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Ajakaye. So thank you very much for.
Kabata, before you try and wrap up, I understand Ms. Michelle Chivunga is now with us.
Okay, I think Ms. Chivunga, you have 5 minutes to show your perspective on capacity development priorities for the post-COVID recovery.
Sure, no problem. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me okay. Many congratulations for this anniversary. Really great to be here celebrating with everybody. I'm sorry I couldn't join earlier. I had another session, but just to give a very quick, it's really more a message of support, I think, for the ACBF. I mean, the fantastic work that's already going on. But I think, there's a number of areas, I think, where we can really start to work maybe in collaboration, in partnership, especially looking at more tailored programs, and that will naturally make a call to look at really building the capacity of women-led businesses across the continent. And of course, we've got a very booming entrepreneurship ecosystem. So I think we do need to look quite carefully around the programs and workshops and training actually that we need to implement and bring into markets. Of course, there are a number of new, initiatives around emerging technology solutions such as blockchain, where I am quite heavily involved in, but also looking at data and the importance of data and how we can actually start to build capacity around data, as well as looking at some of these new emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, blockchain, which a lot of our companies are now starting to engage with and use to build capacity, but from a policy framework or from a government And I think it's also important that we have very clear, tailored programs to support policymakers and government around things like regulation and regulation in these new areas of, for example, finance, alternative finance provisions that we're starting to see, especially digital financing, be it digital currency, and all these new, initiatives are coming up. I think there's a need to actually design some programs that are specific to policymakers, that are specific to central banks and others that we would like to work. So my message is very, very short. I appreciate that time is running out and I couldn't join you much earlier on, but I would make the call for that, the tailored programs, and then working in more collaboration with others and having some very specific programs to design moving forward, and also around things like trade facilitation, of course, as we look to implement the African Continental Free Trade Area. Thank you so much. I won't take any more of your time. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much for your intervention. We highly appreciate it. So having said this, I'm going to try to wrap up key point from this panel. What actually emerges?
Okay, Kabata, you are very good on time. You have about 9 or 10 minutes left, so congratulations. And I just thought that, with your indulgence, I thought that maybe Dr. Raymond Bromboya from Afreximbank maybe could just continue some of his points, maybe just for a few minutes before you wrap up. Of course, it's completely up to you as the moderator, but I thought he hadn't finished some of the things that Afreximbank is doing, but I leave it to you.
Yeah, I will give him some time, definitely. I want to just wrap up and then giving him an opening. So from this panel or session, I think there are key points that emerge. First of all, to respond to COVID, we need capacity. To respond to any issues, poverty, job creation, we need specific capacity. We need specific skills. And one of the lessons learned throughout COVID is how digital infrastructure is key to respond to a crisis like COVID. And in that respect, it emerged that it's a highly, digital infrastructure is actually a priority. And developing capacity in this area to actually be able to survive a crisis where the numerical economic is growing, those capacity are key. So definitely capacity is also needed to respond and to evaluate the impact of a crisis like COVID. So in that respect, some of our macroeconomic models, for instance, need adaptation. More skills, more capacities need to be developed so that countries, researchers, policymakers can rely on strong models, not only to assess the impact, but also to provide adequate responses. Another key that emerged throughout this session is the need to develop more capacity in collecting adequate data so that those data can be used in modelization to allow policymakers to come up with strong policies that go straight to the point. Another key that emerged throughout this is capacity development. Actually, it's a priority, but with COVID, many priorities actually emerged to the extent that most of our challenges in the continent got exacerbated. But with limited resources, we still need to prioritize. And key priority emerging from this session is the importance of digital infrastructure. So importance of capacity in that area, collecting adequate data and equip people to use those data into a model so that policymakers can be able to respond adequately. Another key instrument, that's where I will bring Afrexim in, because they've been doing so well as our partners, is a strategic partnership, actually. How do key stakeholders can come up with initiative to cooperate, to partner, so that throughout that combination of effort, a synergy can emerge? And Afrexim was labeling actually some of those strategic partnership and initiative throughout COVID. And I would be more than happy to give a couple of minutes to Dr. Bumbuya to tell us more about those strategic initiatives with different partners in response to COVID.
Thank you very much, moderator, for coming back to me. Yeah, indeed, there are very important points that I would like to stress, and the time was really short. So as I was saying, really, the bank has really been involved since the beginning of this pandemic, building partnership with the African Union, the Center of Africa Center for Disease Control, to really set up mechanism, financing, etc., to really set up the African Medical Supply Platform, for example, to really harmonize procurement of essential COVID-19 supplies, to ensure equitable access to these supply by all countries and give it market access to opportunities to pre-selected African exporter. And still in the health sector again, and helping the continent build back better, the bank is working through the African Vaccine Acquisition Task Team, AVAT, committed about $2 billion, through which it is providing payment guarantees to vaccine manufacturers to enable them to commit to supply to Africa. Now, technology, of course, there are other partnerships that we have with UNICA in really to help build the health infrastructure in the continent. So I was also saying that technology, digitalization has also put the world on the path of irreversibility. What this means is that everybody has to really refocus the strategies to mobilize resources to a digital infrastructure, which has become really essential to attract investment and remain competitive on the global trade and economic stage. So the bank has really understood that. So the bank is using this technology to not just to be able to adapt to the new world order, but also to really be able to serve its client members in a more efficient way. So I was trying to show some of the initiatives that we are using technology to implement. One is called the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which is a digital platform to help improve intra-African trade, right? And reduce the persistent challenges posed by liquidity constraints, limited access to hard currency, and lack of convertibilities in most currencies across the continent, which have been really major constraints in the promotion of African trade and economic growth. So this is the work. This is an initiative that is being implemented, and we know the huge digital knowledge gap in the continent. So the bank is really trying to organize. We'll be organizing training session to the various users, stakeholders, to ensure efficiency, boost intra-African trade, and contribute to sustainable growth and development of African countries post-COVID-19. And one other important initiative using digitalization is our MANSA, our Pan-African Customer Due Diligence Repository platform. It's a digital platform for financial institutions, corporate entities, SMEs, which is developed really to address the perceived risk of doing business in Africa and with Africans by providing a single source of primary data needed to perform customer due diligence, know your customer checks on counterparts in Africa. So again, there, targeted capacity building session will also be organized to ensure all stakeholders take full advantage of the platform. There are other initiatives using digitalization, using digital tools. One is the trader, which is trader intelligence and the trader regulations. One provides the trader intelligence, provide a comprehensive market access information on trade and investment opportunities, and also facilitate B2B matchmaking and increase intra-regional trade and investment, support business transactions between buyers and sellers in and outside Africa. The trader regulation, that one is a platform that provides a centralized digital source of regulation and legislative requirements for all trade and investment activities across the continent. Again, because this digital platform promotes intra-trade and intra-African trade and investment and increase market access, they are really important for sustainable growth and economic development, and also help to build resilience post-COVID-19. So targeted training session also will be organized for stakeholders. And of course, some of these capacity building can be done jointly with other capacity building institutions, notably the ACBF. So this is where I'll stop. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. So I was saying with this, we've exhausted pretty much our time. I'm gonna actually look into. I've seen a couple of questions in the chat, but I will refer to the chair out there if he allows maybe 1 minute response for. 1 or 2 questions will be okay. Otherwise, I will hand it over to you.
Don't, Dr. Kabata, please proceed.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So we're gonna give an opportunity, I think, to Professor Aourou to respond to one of the questions raised in the chat. La question est de savoir quel type de stratégie les pays ou les gouvernements peuvent développer afin de renforcer les capacités dans la gestion de l'urgence, quoi. Covid a été une urgence et c'est tout le monde qui a été pris dépourvu, y compris les pays les plus nantis. Mais pour ce qui nous concerne ici en Afrique, que peut-on faire pour renforcer les capacités afin que les pays soient en mesure de répondre à toute urgence, non seulement sanitaire, mais économique ou d'autres natures? Ça, c'est une question. L'autre question, c'est comment assurer une bonne liaison sur les périodes d'urgence, des relèvements de développement en utilisant le renforcement des capacités. Alors, professeur Aourou, si vous pouvez prendre quelques minutes et répondre à ce participant virtuel. Merci bien. I hope Professor Aour is with us.
I believe the professor is muted. Maybe he needs to unmute.
All right. If he's not around, then this is what I would suggest. I wanna thank you all the panelists of this session for their contribution. And I would like also to thank ACBF and I wish ACBF a happy anniversary, 30 years. This is a milestone. And I would like to hand it over to the master of ceremony.
Thank you, Dr. Kabata. I'd like to thank you very much to you and all of your guests, of course, for giving us some very insightful comments on the topic, of course, of what are the key capacity development priorities, particularly post-COVID-19. Now, we do have, I can give about 15 minutes of questions. And before I turn it over to, in fact, I'll ask Mrs. Aku Buawudi. I'm not sure if she has any questions. Aku, do you have any questions from our participant?
Sure, there is a number of questions in the Q&A. I can read them out in French. So the first question is coming from Monsieur Boubacar Makalou. Il y a 3 questions. La première question est, quelle stratégie de renforcement des capacités dans la gestion de l'urgence? La deuxième question est, comment assurer une bonne liaison entre les périodes d'urgence, de relèvement et de développement, qui sont les 3 phases que l'on distingue dans les zones victimes d'une crise ou catastrophe, en utilisant principalement le renforcement des capacités. La troisième question, nous sommes d'avis que le renforcement des capacités humaines et institutionnelle est une étape incontournable dans la conception et la gestion du développement. Mais ne faut-il pas l'inscrire dans le cadre global de modèles de développement dont l'élaboration doit être une question émergente sur le terrain du renforcement des capacités, surtout en Afrique? Et donc, toutes ces questions viennent de M. Makali. Il y a une autre question de M. Servet Adjovi. Dans un environnement post-Covid, peut-on s'appuyer sur les cadres nationaux de financement intégrés pour renforcer la mobilisation des ressources et le suivi de leur impact? Une troisième question venant de M. Léonce Sessou. Il y a des preuves que la consommation du tabac est un facteur de risque qui favorise la propagation de la COVID. Que suggèrent les panélistes dans le contexte de la relance post-COVID? Alors, voilà quelques questions qu'on a récupérées.
Thank you, Aku. Dr. Kabata, I think you heard the questions there. Maybe you could allocate to your speakers who could respond to some of them.
Okay, thank you very much for our online participant. So this is, I think, one of the key questions asked was about the response to an emergency situation like COVID. And when it comes to respond to an emergency, specific skills are needed. And the example of COVID eruption shows that even the most equipped countries actually took time actually to effectively respond to that. So in the case of our continent, what can be done in terms of developing a strategy to develop capacity to respond to emergency situations? So Professor Aure actually will be well equipped because using, based on the presentation he made, he would have been the right person. But I will open up the floor to any panelists who feel comfortable to respond to this question to give it a try. Anyone want to take the floor among the panelists?
I'm happy to give a few comments.
Oh, please go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I think in terms of the response, I was just going to comment more in terms of response to emergency crisis. If anything, I think, most of the countries were quite reliant on data to look at response measures to put in place. So I think, back to my earlier point around how important it is for us to invest quite a lot around data, I think is actually quite key. And of course, data is going to be a determinant for a long time. So even in terms of predicting future COVID scenarios or whatever we want to call it in future, it might not be COVID, it might be something else. Health crisis or other emergencies that may emerge really is going to be quite dependent on us being able to utilize data better and to understand, data methodologies that we can use to assess potential risks further down the line. So I think in terms of risk analysis, as well as trying to measure and weigh out potential risks and emergency situations, I think data is quite important. And I think if we can focus, training initiatives as well as capacity building initiatives around data specifically, I think in the long term, that's going to be quite hugely beneficial in terms of the responses that we do give. Also, just being in terms of the preparedness that we would have, would be in stronger position. The other thing that I think from the African context point of view, in terms of looking at the situation post-COVID, even though we haven't really shifted from COVID, I think we're learning to now adjust and to live and adapt to the new world of COVID-driven environment. And I think to be able to manage that transition, I think is really important that we start to almost kind of prepare, and be less reactive to emergency scenarios. This includes things like really investing in that digital infrastructure that I'm sure everybody has covered in the last couple of days, and ensuring that we do have the digital capacity, but we also have the capacity to be able to meet the needs that, be it health needs, that we can do ourselves in Africa, like look at the vaccination situation, that we have at the moment. So we need to invest into healthcare systems. And in order to do that, I think there has to be obviously programs that we can put in place for our policymakers, for people who are quite active on the different sectors, to enable us to be a bit more better prepared, to enable for us to use data to manage risk, and also to enable us to become a little bit more competitive. Because if we look at, having our own data infrastructure and data centers, for example, then I think we're going to be in much stronger position. But I just wanted to kind of highlight a little bit, given that I didn't give a full presentation around the issue of data and how data can actually be quite powerful for the future.
Thank you, Dr. Wata. There are two questions I'd like to ask. We have about 6 or 7, about 10 minutes, 9 minutes left, but there's 2 questions. The first question comes from Edwin Warnyo from Ghana. He says, a contribution, work on harmonizing of standards and innovations for data collection for policy and other research can facilitate recovery process. So maybe one of your speakers would comment on that. And I also want to be a little bit provocative, and I think Diana Piri put a comment on the group chat, and it's interesting because we're talking about post-COVID, and she commented and said, we are not yet post-COVID, we are learning to live with it. In Zambia, we're only at 3% vaccination. So I assume that the concept there is that post-COVID could be a long time away. And in fact, we could be in COVID for a long period of time. And that doesn't obviously stop key capacity development priorities. So I thought maybe you could also, one of your speakers could comment on that. So those are 2 questions, Dr. Kabata. Back to you.
All right. I saw one hand raised. I hope there's still interest to respond to that question from the panelists. Oui, je disais que
Prochain Auré Alban, vous me recevez. Prochain Auré de la CAPEC. Je peux y aller?
Oui, allez-y, s'il vous plaît.
Voilà, donc par rapport à cette préoccupation des données, je pense que pour plusieurs indicateurs socio-économiques, il est bon qu'on réfléchisse à nos propres indicateurs et comment les définir. Il y a les indicateurs internationaux, il y a les standards internationaux, il faut les suivre pour des besoins de comparaison et d'alignement. Mais aussi, quand nous parlons du taux de chômage, il y a le taux de chômage selon le BIT, on prend nos réalités, donc je prends cet exemple-là. Et bien sûr, il faut investir beaucoup dans la collecte des données, comme Madame le disait tout à l'heure. Et je voudrais aussi ajouter qu'il est important de faire de la veille stratégique pour anticiper sur les chocs. Parce que nous n'avons pas suffisamment de structures de veille stratégique. Et quand nous sommes en face des chocs, il faut maintenant mettre en œuvre ce qui a été défini dans les veilles stratégiques, dans les documents de prospective également, et qui nous permettent d'anticiper et faire appel à tout le monde. Et après les pandémies, c'est surtout aussi de faire des évaluations d'impact. Donc voilà, donc sur les données, on est d'accord, mais il faut bien sûr définir nos indicateurs, mobiliser suffisamment de ressources et collecter les informations très claires. Par exemple, les informations sur la pharmacopée, on ne les a pas. Et nous sommes en face d'une crise sanitaire où on a besoin de comprendre comment nous pouvons peut-être avoir des mécanismes endogènes pour juguler cette crise-là. Donc, voilà une réalité. Voilà, je m'arrête là. Merci.
Bien, merci beaucoup, professeur Aouré, pour votre intervention. Donc là, on a encore quelques minutes. So I was saying we still have 6 minutes. Any other panelists who want to take the floor to respond to any aspects of the questions? I see Dr. or Professor Ajakaye. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think the question of data is extremely important on the continent. We have in many countries, reasonably well-established data collection agencies. But my observation over the years is that governments have not been funding these agencies properly, and therefore a systemic approach to data collection, is not in vogue. What you see is that these agencies become, cash and carry data collection agencies. If WHO comes, they do the data for them. If UNICEF comes, World Bank comes, everybody comes, but they don't have their own, systemic approach for generating all kinds of data. And you then find disjointed, information that are not telling the same story. So we need, first of all, to encourage our governments to fund the data collection agencies properly, so that they can be properly equipped, properly trained, and properly, positioned to collect good data. Then the issue of use of data, and that's where the point made by the previous contributors become very important. It is not enough to have data. It is also equally important to be able to use this data, in a very prospective, way, so that we don't get caught, unawares or surprised or begin to react. So I think the first thing is get our data collecting agencies very well funded, and then build capacity of the research institutes, scholars in the universities and other organizations to be able to actually do, very detailed and prospective, forecasting, analysis of the situation, so that they can actually predict problems before they come. Because when problems come, it takes time for government to react. There's what we call, reaction lag. If recognition lag is a problem. But if you have this kind of, prospective, research, programs in various institutions, then you find that they'll be able to tell us what is coming before they come, and prepare to actually deal with them, so that we shall be on the ground as soon as the problem begins to actually rear its head. So two dimensions: fund the research organizations, the data collection organizations, and build capacity of the users of the data to be able to produce, very reliable, forecast of scenarios that may be coming up either now or in future. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Ajakaye. So I'm gonna actually give the floor to Professor Afekina Jerome for your another contribution.
I will say, sorry, we have 2 minutes left, if I may just add.
No, I won't take more than 1 minute. Are we in post-COVID? The answer is a capital no. So far, the only province solution is vaccines, which is why we need to encourage our countries to embark on vaccines, look for vaccines, no matter where they are, so that we can reach herd immunity, that is vaccinating up to 70% above of the population. Because otherwise, what you find that the virus is mutating and giving birth to more dangerous strains. So as part of our research capacity building focus, we need to look at it. The other quick point I also want to make is that disaster is now a major feature of the world. When you look at the statistics, in fact, even in Africa, they are increasing their intensity, reach, and disruptive effects. So we need to invest in disaster risk reduction, which is what very many countries are beginning to do. There is a new field called risk-informed development, including development planning. So we need to build more and more capacity in that area. Because as soon as COVID is going away, I'm sure something else is by the corner, but we should never be caught napping. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Professor Jerome. So I'm going to now hand it over to the Master of Ceremony while reiterating a happy anniversary to ACBF, Professor Nandozie, the Executive Secretary, all the staff, and all the partners of ACBF. You are enjoying along this milestone anniversary. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kabata, for those celebratory, happy anniversary words. I'd also like to thank you, of course, Dr. Kabata, the technical advisor to Director General at Badia. Thank you so much for moderating the session so effectively, and of course, to our guest speakers for giving us such insightful viewpoints. I just want to read out one more comment very quickly from Jiwan Ramlugan. It says predictive capability would need to be coupled with or synergically, is that the word, dovetails into timely, effective, interactive interventions. Jiwan, thank you. And of course, a big shout out to all the participants who have joined us in chatting. And as Professor Nandozie said, ACBF will respond. Probably, if not, you haven't had your questions answered after the session, they will respond directly to participants because, of course, this e-seminar was for you, and it's important that all participants walk away with knowledge, particularly of the key capacity development and the capacity needs of Africa going forward. You're participating in our e-seminar under the theme Post-COVID-19 Recovery Africa, Challenges, Lessons, and Capacity Development Priorities, brought to you by the African Capacity Building Foundation, ACBF. Professor Nandozie, you wanted to have a quick comment?
Yes. I promised that I'll answer some of these questions. So let me, if you don't mind, since this is the right time, because they were more or less relating to the last session, so I may just come in here before you wrap it up completely.
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, thanks a lot, actually. Bon, il y a eu des questions. Bon, je pense que la première question était celle de M. Sanusi Abbas, qui a posé la question: la pandémie du Covid a révolutionné notre façon de travailler avec le développement de travail digital, et comment la ACBF va-t-elle accompagner nos pays, nos administrations, etc., pour que dans ce domaine, l'Afrique ne soit pas à la traîne d'enregistrer encore de retard. Bon, je dirais effectivement, l'histoire retiendra qu'il y a eu une manière de travailler avant Covid-19 et une autre après Covid-19. Notre vision de travail qui consiste absolument aller dans un bureau et de travailler tous en même temps, même endroit en même temps, est désormais largement modifié. On a découvert que le travail peut se faire de partout maintenant, ce qui déplace le contrôle de la performance de la simple présence au travail vers le résultat effectivement produit et le temps dans lequel cette production est faite. Cette question pose la question du travail à distance et par extension celle de la digitalisation en Afrique. Je pense que la digitalisation n'est plus une option pour l'Afrique, c'est une urgente priorité. C'est pourquoi l'ACBF a entrepris de travailler avec ses partenaires pour préparer des politiques et des stratégies de renforcement des capacités au niveau continental, régional et national. Je pourrais dans ce cadre citer la collaboration de l'ACBF avec l'Union africaine pour la préparation de la stratégie de transformation digitale de l'Afrique et avec d'autres partenaires, le partenariat pour la production des modules de renforcement des capacités humaines institutionnelles. Donc, nous espérons que nos pays et nos partenaires au développement feront les investissements nécessaires pour faire en sorte que l'Afrique ne rate pas le train de la 4e révolution industrielle qui, comme nous le savons tous, sera digitale ou ne sera pas. Bon, il y a une autre question, la deuxième question, qui est celle de M. Abdelhakim Ibet. qui a posé la question sur le plateau technique sanitaire. Et là, je peux répondre de cette façon que la pandémie du virus Covid a en effet ouvert les yeux du monde, particulièrement de l'Afrique, sur les grandes faiblesses du système de santé publique sur le continent. Comme vous le savez, le mandat de l'ACBF se situe résolument dans le cadre du renforcement des capacités humaines et institutionnelles. Comme vous le savez également, ce sont les femmes et les hommes compétents et les institutions fortes qui créent le progrès. Ceux qui comprennent l'amélioration de plateaux techniques sanitaires. Donc, la compétence de l'ACBF, déjà reconnue en Afrique, l'aide de plus en plus dans le monde entier pour ses compétences en matière de renforcement des capacités humaines et institutionnelles. Et il est fait appel à ces compétences, notamment dans des domaines comme le biomédical. So to finalize, because some questions came up about institutions, especially with regard to their importance and their, centrality in policy implementation, not just having human capacity, but if you have stronger institutions, the likelihood of implementing existing policies will be higher. So what do we do? What have we been doing? We're paying particular attention to strong institutions, making sure the ones that are critical for addressing the pandemic or dealing with other critical issues, that we pay attention to them. And we're developing projects with many of our partners. We're working with the AFDB, working with Afreximbank, with Badea, with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Islamic Development Bank, the World Bank, the UNDP, all of them, one way or the other. What we do for institutions now is we assess, identify, and strengthen the target institutions, their capacity in areas determined to be key to their ability to achieve results. And these areas may include governance and leadership, financial management, procurement, strategic planning and management, communication and knowledge management, including knowledge access, interpretation and use, performance management, ICT support, partnerships development and coordination, gender mainstreaming, and institutional sustainability. So the specific areas that we address for each target institution is identified through a capacity needs assessment that we do jointly with the target institution itself, using ACBF's capacity needs assessment tool. And the capacity challenges and the gaps identified are prioritized, and a customized institutional improvement plan is developed to address them using ACBF's internal capacity, complemented by the best experts that you can find in Africa to support that process, with the objective of transforming each target institution, whether it's in the biomedical area or whether it is focusing on climate change, so that they will be into a strong, resilient, and sustainable institution capable of effectively achieving its mandate. Yeah, so Andy, let me stop here for the time being and hand it over to you again. Thank you very much.
President Ndozi, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for responding to some of our participants' questions. And of course, as the professor's promised, if there are any more questions, ACBF, either himself or his staff, will respond to you accordingly. I think that was his promise. Now, unfortunately, we are coming to the end of our e-seminar today, and a very exciting and relevant e-seminar it was. But before we go, I'd like to invite Mr. Adeyinka Adeyemi, Senior Advisor, African Trade Policy Center, ECA, to give us some key takeaways from today's e-seminar. Mr. Adeyemi, I can only give you about 2 minutes, but please proceed.
I think you can give him a little bit more than that, and if necessary.
Okay, so I will do that. Mr. Adeyemi, are you with us? Okay, it appears that he may not be with us at the moment, but I think we do need a bit of a roundup, if possible, about the key takeaways. I don't know, Dr. Kabata, you think you could jump in and do some key takeaways from today's e-seminar?
Okay, I think one of the, I'm going to go with two takeaways. First of all, this e-seminar, actually, this celebration is happening in the midst of COVID. We are trying to recover, and we are thinking strategically what kind of capacity we need, what kind of skills we need to develop so that we can respond better and recover better. So the highlights are the necessity actually to invest into digital infrastructure. As a matter of fact, recovering from COVID or being resilient to this COVID crisis relies more on the ability of many to use the digital tools. And in that respect, key takeaway, capacity in digital economy, infrastructure, digital infrastructure, one key takeaway. Another one is the necessity actually to improve capacity in data collection, to improve and develop even more capacity in data analysis, to improve capacity in modelization. As a matter of fact, when COVID erupted, many most developing countries came up with a stimulus to actually respond. And most of those responses was based on robust models, economic model. So they consider COVID as a shock, and then they use some tools, and in the end, they come up with fiscal policies to actually respond to the crisis. So I think there is another priority in terms of capacity to strengthen our citizen and policymakers with experts who can actually develop their modelization and simulation capacity. Another key takeaway from here is as we realized with COVID, some of the disciplines emerge as places where we need more capacities. Epidemiologists, for instance, have proven to be key in responding to COVID. And we need to look around and see how many experts we have and to what extent we need to develop capacity in that area. Virologists, I mean, we are talking about a vaccine. How much capacity do we have in terms of skills around the continent to even work on a vaccine? Another key takeaway is the synergy, actually. We cannot respond to the crisis of this magnitude with isolated effort. So throughout the session, voices actually advocated for strategic partnership. Key stakeholders actually should work along in responding to a crisis of a type. And I think this should be a spirit. Each partners, obviously, based on their mission, based on their advantage, comparative advantage, I would say, can still get along. And through that combination of efforts, an effective response can be provided. So roughly speaking, these are the takeaway from this session, and I will stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Kabata. I just wonder if Mr. Adeyemi is with us. I was told he may still be with us. Mr. Adeyemi, are you actually with us? I know Dr. Kabata did give some key takeaways. I wondered if you're with us, if there's anything you would like to add. Okay, shame, it's unfortunate. Anyway, thank you very much indeed. So of course, all good things must come to an end, and I believe this e-seminar today was an extremely good thing. But to close it, of course, we had the closing remarks are going to be given to us by Professor Nandozi, who of course is the Executive Secretary at ACBF. Professor Nandozi, if you could please give us your closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Andy, for that. This closing remark was supposed to be given by the chair of our Board of Governors, Honorable Ken Oforiatta, who is the Minister of Finance of Ghana and the chair of the Board of Governors of ACBF. but as you know, ministers of finance are always, busy, and so something came up that required his urgent attention, and so he could not be here. Donc, je commencerai par le protocole. Honorable ministre et gouverneur de la ACBF, partenaires distingués, distingué président et membre du conseil d'administration de la ACBF, invités distingués, mesdames et messieurs. Hier, c'était avec un grand sentiment de fierté que je vous ai souhaité la bienvenue aux célébrations du 30e anniversaire de la Fondation pour le renforcement des capacités en Afrique, ACBF. Au cours des 2 derniers jours, nous avons coché un certain nombre de points et couvert diverses questions techniques et stratégiques, y compris le partage de réalisations et des témoignages très uniques sur la façon dont l'ACBF a soutenu le renforcement des capacités humaines et institutionnelles à travers l'Afrique. La qualité des débats et des contributions a montré la passion, l'enthousiasme et l'engagement des parties prenantes en ce qui concerne le renforcement des capacités de l'Afrique, tout en démontrant la pertinence et l'impact continu de l'ACBF dans nos pays, institutions régionales et continentales. Le premier jour de la célébration, nous avons assisté à des témoignages autour du thème célébration de 30 ans de renforcement des capacités en Afrique. Et le deuxième jour, qui est aujourd'hui, nous avons réfléchi sur la relance post-Covid-19 en Afrique, des défis, leçons et capacités priorités de développement. Au nom du Conseil des gouverneurs de l'ACBF, des membres du Conseil exécutif et de toute l'équipe de l'ACBF, je souhaite exprimer ma sincère gratitude et vous féliciter tous pour votre engagement envers l'ACBF et le chemin parcouru par la Fondation avec le soutien de vous tous. Honorable ministre et gouverneur de l'ACBF, distingués partenaires, mesdames et messieurs, le premier message provenant de nos discussions est la reconnaissance unanime des participants que l'Afrique est toujours confrontée à un sérieux défi de capacité humaine institutionnelle insuffisante, nécessaire pour reconstruire avec succès nos économies après la pandémie de COVID-19. Compte tenu de la gravité des impacts socio-économiques de la pandémie sur nos pays, en particulier sur les petites et moyennes entreprises, les jeunes et les femmes, la reconstruction de nos économies après le COVID nécessitera qu'une attention particulière soit accordée au renforcement des capacités le long des chaînes de valeur régionales et mondiales pour reconstruire la croissance et créer des emplois pour nos jeunes, tout en accordant une attention particulière à l'égalité des sexes et en mettant en œuvre avec succès la ZLECAF, le prochain moteur de croissance du continent au profit de tous nos pays. Honorable ministers and governors of ACBF, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, the key role that ACBF can and should play in this rebuilding process was unanimously recognized by all participants, particularly to support African countries in addressing 3 key capacity development priorities, although many other areas were identified. But we'll take this as just a sample. The first one is capacity for domestic resource mobilization and debt sustainability. COVID-19 has further highlighted the debt vulnerabilities in many countries, leading to unsustainable debt in several African countries. So debt is unanimously recognized as a recurrent problem in Africa that hinders economic growth and development. Consequently, working with the international community to tackle unsustainable debt burdens to ensure sustainable economic growth remains a top priority for many African countries, along the same line of innovative ways of mobilizing domestic resources and our ministers have asked ACBF to assist them with this particular challenge. The second is digital capacity and digitalization. COVID-19 has also accelerated the insertion of digital tools and solutions into different tasks and sectors of the economic activities in Africa. The rising adoption of digital technologies and greater connectivity has led to the emergence of new activities and new modalities for conducting existing work. Capacities need therefore to be built to ensure sustainability of digital interventions and initiatives. I think you'll be pleased to note that even in ACBF, we have an ongoing digital capacity upgrading, which will enable us to really seriously digitalize our work. And we're doing the same thing with our partners who are there in the field, who may have had some savings from not traveling or holding conferences, and we allow them to reprogram these resources into building their own digital capacity and upgrading their IT infrastructure. The third point is critical technical skills and strong institutional capacity. I mentioned institutions before, but the lessons learned from COVID-19 highlighted the importance for each country to fund and increase the numbers of committed and dedicated public healthcare and socioeconomic workers, epidemiologists, laboratory and analytics, researchers, infectious disease experts, etc., as well as national institutes for disease control and socioeconomic development. Moreover, there is a need for strengthened vector control and disease departments and improvements in research and training portfolios to combat future outbreaks. Honorable ministers and governors of ACBF, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, the second message and another unanimous call to prioritize implementation capacity. Our countries and institutions are not short of good policies or wonderful strategies or ambitious programs and projects. The continent is also endowed with a wide variety of natural resources. Too many excellent development programs and projects remain incompletely implemented due to insufficient capacity at various levels. And unlocking implementation bottlenecks or debottlenecking, as we call it at ACBF, needs to be given prominence in ACBF's priority going forward, and we will do that. Honorable ministers and governors of ACBF, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, the third message coming from our two-day celebrations is that ACBF has played and will continue to play a critical role in supporting capacity development interventions across the continent. The testimonials shared by African countries, development partners, and implementing partners yesterday represent a clear illustration of ACBF's success and an indication of what the foundation could accomplish if it was funded at the appropriate level. This is a call to all of us to play our part in raising the level of financial resources of the foundation and increase the level of flexible resources that enable it to prioritize Africa's capacity development challenges. And the political and financial support of member states and other countries is essential in this regard to enable the foundation to continue to leverage these resources to get more resources from our development partners. I thank you all for your renewed commitment to capacity development in Africa and to ensuring sufficient and predictable funding that will enable the foundation to do even more in the next 30 years, which will help us all to address the current and emerging capacity challenges coming with the steady transformation of African economies. Honorable ministers and governors, distinguished partners, and ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, let me thank you for coming and celebrating with us our 30 years of existence. We have lifted our spirits, all of us in the foundation. We have renewed energy to even do more than we were doing before. My sincere appreciation goes to the African governments, our bilateral and multilateral partners, our development financing partners. I think I mentioned them before. Our dynamic and competent network of think tanks, our capable our civil society partners, our friends of the media, and our private sector partners for all your support. As you know, the third pillar of ACBF's ongoing strategy focuses on non-state actors. And I had Professor Jakeyo putting emphasis on that. Let me assure him that this is something that we will pay attention, even more attention going forward. I also had Dr. Muntali, who used to be our colleague at ACBF, about the areas that they feel that are quite important to them, the implementation capacity and capacity for domestic resource mobilization. We've taken note of that and we'll move forward at that. I've had many other distinguished partners who also have indicated areas of interest that ACBF will focus on. So let me just say, therefore, that once again, I thank all of you for all your support this far, and in anticipation for your support over the next 30 years. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you for your attention.
Professor Nandozi, Executive Secretary, ACBF, many thanks for giving us those closing remarks. I think if I could speak on behalf of all participants, and also just to the messages that are coming through on the chat, obviously to wish ACBF a happy 30th anniversary and many more. And also, of course, to request you to pass through to your Chair of the Board of Governors, His Excellency Ken Ofori-Atta, Minister of Finance, Republic of Ghana, appreciation for organizing and setting up this e-seminar, which was very vital. So, and also to, of course, to all your staff members at ACBF, and we wish you all another 30 years. So thank you very much indeed. And of course, to all the participants today, and obviously yesterday and today who are participating in this e-seminar, I hope you found it very, very rewarding and informative. I did. And all the speakers and moderators were really gave us some really good feedback in terms of what is needed to happen now for capacity building in Africa going forward. I would also ask all of you, please, to the video is now up on YouTube and on Twitter. Please, please put your video and wave. Let's really, everyone put your video on if you like. If you put your video on now, if anyone is still there, and if you could wave to everybody, that would be really great. Let's have all your videos on, please. I think we might as well celebrate with Professor Nandozi and all the ACBF staff. Come on and give us a wave, everybody.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. You'll be participating in our seminar today, of course, under the theme Post-COVID-19 Recovery in Africa, Challenges, Lessons, Capacity Development Priorities, brought to you by the African Capacity Building Foundation, ACBF. Well, that's it from us today. Remember, capacity building never stops, and we should build on our successes, learn from our mistakes, and build forward better. I'm Andy Hodges. Thank you for giving us your valuable time today. And wherever in Africa or the world you may be, please, you all be safe. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye, Eugenie. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Yeah.
Bye, Prof. All the best. The rest.
Bye, yeah.
I'm a beneficiary of the ACBF, the African Capacity Building Foundation scholarship, which was awarded to all ladies in African University of Science and Technology. Well, the scholarship came in as a succor at a time I needed it. I got the admission, but the funding wasn't forthcoming, and ACBF funded the tuition. ACBF, I say a very big thank you. Coming to the aid of African ladies, the accommodation, feeding, laundry, what have you, and it was an awesome one.
For me, it's been a rare privilege. I came here and took the entrance exam, but I never thought that it was going to be possible for me to come here, because at the time, there was no scholarship. However, with the intervention of the African Capacity Building Foundation, I got a scholarship and I was able to go through my program. I believe that the program and the exposure I've gotten at the African University of Science and Technology can very well match any program in petroleum engineering across the world. We have our faculties come from around the world. Best of Africans around the world come over here to come and teach us. And so for me, I am looking at actually furthering my career in petroleum engineering, and with the sole purpose of being able to go back into academia and be there to bring up younger ones. Because of my study, I've come to learn that the oil business, it's not fading away anytime soon. And so we still need a lot of hands to fit in. And as you know, this is a course in science and technology where we have few females. And so for me, it's been a great opportunity to bridge or to be part of those that can bridge such a gap.